Chapter 3506. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised and couldn't help but look at each other. Dufan asked, "Master, do you have other plans? Or do you want to stay here for a few more days?" Mose and I are going to take a look at the continent where the sovereign of Tongtian is. Fengjiu looked at them and said, "I don't plan to tell Mo Chen about this. If he asks, don't tell him either." Seeing this, everyone paused for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Yes." "Master, when are you leaving?" Lung Hua asked. After Mose is done, we'll go to the palace to say goodbye to his father and leave." Fengjiu said, "I'm going to let Song Ming and the others go to the sect in the upper world to cultivate. When the time comes, you can go with them." "Yes," everyone replied. After listening to her instructions, they left first. Wanyan Shursan came to the courtyard and said, "I heard you say you're leaving before I even came in. Looks like you really can't stay idle." Seeing that it was him, Fengjiu smiled. "This time, I have to thank you for bringing me such useful information. The facts have also proven that I was right to ask you to do this." "Ha ha, of course. I'm definitely a reliable person." Wanyan Shursan laughed loudly and sat down at the table. "I originally wanted to come and say goodbye to you. It looks like you'll be leaving before us." "You're leaving? Going back to the upper world?" Fengjiu asked. This time I came out to give you a gift on behalf of my family. Now that I've finished my task, I have to go back and report. Also, I haven't been back for a long time, so I have to go back and take a look." Wanyan Shursan looked at her and said, "I heard from Qianhua that she's also going back to the upper world. I reckon that Junju Shang will follow her." Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but smile. "My sister and Junju Shang are like this now. I don't know when they'll be able to break this stalemate. However, I reckon that not long after the child is born, everything will be different. It's just that her reputation isn't very good if she has a child before getting married. I'll go back and persuade her. She'll be fine. After all, she has to give the child a complete family. Moreover, Junju Shang is indeed a good man. Although his seniority is a bit high, and he's a bit old, but it's just right that he's an old man and a young wife." The two chatted in the courtyard for a while, until they left. 2 days later, when Mo Chen came to the residence, he didn't see Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose. Just as he was about to ask Lung Hua, he saw him walking towards him. "Young Master Mo Chen." Lung Hua bowed to him and said, "We were just about to look for you. Why are you looking for me?" Mo Chen asked. He glanced at him and asked, "Why aren't Jio and the others in the residence? I haven't seen her for a few days. Where did she go?" "Master and the Yama Lord left 2 days ago. This is the letter that Master left for young Master Mo Chen." Lung Hua said. He took out the letter left by Fengjiu from his sleeve and handed it to him. Hearing this, Mo Chen frowned. He took the letter and opened it. The more he read, the more he frowned. Did they say where they were going? Chapter 3507. Mo Chen looked at him and said seriously, "Do you know that the Black Lotus Lord's Black Lotus is very powerful? Even Fengjiu can't resist it?" Lung Hua's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. Fengjiu can't resist it. Even if she and Xianyuan Mose work together, they don't have full confidence that they can defeat them, especially when their enemy isn't just the Black Lotus Lord. If the Black Lotus Lord works together with the Sovereign of Sky Reaching and the Demon Lord, what do you think their chances of winning are? Mo Chen held the letter in his hand and looked deeply at Lung Hua. He said, "Why do you think I've been following her all this time? It's because they have a trial of life and death that has yet to be broken. No one knows when this trial of life and death will come true or what the consequences will be. As for me, as the saint and the guardian of the Star of the Phoenix, I'm the only one who can help them once the trial of life and death comes." Mo Chen looked steadily at Lung Hua and asked, "Now, are you still going to tell me that you don't know where they went?" Hearing his words, Lung Hua sighed softly and said helplessly, "I know, but Mistress also told me not to tell you, because Mistress doesn't want you to always be by her side and live for her. Mistress, she doesn't want to owe you." A dark light flashed across Mo Chen's eyes. He said, "She doesn't owe me anything. I'm just fulfilling my duty as the saint. Tell me, where did they go? Lung Hua looked at him and finally said, Master and the Yama Lord went to the mainland where the sovereign of sky reaching is. She said that she wanted to go there and take a look. As for the specific location, Master didn't say. We don't know either. Even if he disobeyed his master's orders, he still told him where his master had gone, because what he had said before was exactly what he was worried about. Forgive him for his selfishness. He knew that his master was in danger, but there was nothing they could do to help his master. Therefore, he hoped that Mo-chan could help his master. Even if he was punished by his master, he would have no regrets. He only hoped that his master and the Yama Lord would be safe and happy. Hearing this, Mo-chan gave him a deep look and nodded. I understand. After speaking, she turned around and left. After Mo-chan left, Lung Shuang walked over from not far away. She looked at Mo-chan's departing figure, then looked at her younger brother and asked, Did he ask you about your master's whereabouts? Yes, Lung Hua replied and smiled bitterly. Sister, I've told him. Lung Shuang paused for a moment and said, If you've told him, then so be it. Actually, I don't feel at ease with only the master and the Yama Lord leaving. Master will be punished when he comes back later. They were not people who were loyal to the death. They knew what was best for their master. Even if they disobeyed their master's orders, if it wasn't for the fact that their own strength was much weaker than Sovereign Tong Tian and the others, they would have followed them secretly, just in case. Sister, I'll go tell Hui Lang and then get ready to leave. Lung Hua said and looked at his sister. Lung Shuang nodded and watched him leave. Then she turned and left as well. On the other side, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu, who had arrived at the Sovereign of Sky reaching through the portal, were resting by a stream in a small forest. Fengjiu looked at Xinyuan Mose and said, Take a rest first. I'll help you disguise yourself a little. Chapter 35:08. After Fengjiu washed his face, he looked up and was stunned for a moment. When he saw the familiar bearded face, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Uncle! Uncle? Xinyuan Mose's face darkened. He tugged at his beard and asked, Am I very old? Ha 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 ha. Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Looking at his expression, he finally managed to hold back his laughter. Actually, you're not old. You're just right. Moreover, compared to a pretty boy, I prefer an uncle. When he heard this, Xinyuan Mose's expression softened. He said, I don't need to disguise myself. I'll just put on a beard to cover my face. You just have to change it a little. Your appearance, he stared at her beautiful face and felt that she looked even more attractive after she got married. The expression in her eyes and eyebrows was especially seductive. It made him want to hide her and not let others see her beauty. Especially when he saw her come out, he relaxed a lot. Just like when he first met her, she laughed out loud. His heart couldn't help but move, and his eyes burned with passion. Fengjiu touched his face and asked, What's wrong with my appearance? As he spoke, he moved closer and closer. His eyes burned with passion. She couldn't help but smile and reach out her hands to push against his chest. She teased, Uncle, we're in the little forest. The look in your eyes makes me so scared. I'm not going to eat you. His voice was a little hoarse. Seeing her smile like a flower, he was in a good mood. Are you going to sleep here tonight? Or do you want to hurry up and find a place to stay? It's not my first time sleeping in the wild. I don't mind. You'll be with me anyway. Fengjiu smiled and said, All right, wait for me. I'll put on a simple disguise. When he heard that, Xinyuan Mose sat on a rock and watched her as she busied herself. After some thought, he said, Wait here for a moment. I'll go hunt some wild animals and bring them back. There's no need to trouble yourself. There's food in the space. Just make do. She pulled him and said, Put on a beard. Thus, the two of them changed a little. They changed their clothes and restrained their aura and cultivation. They looked much more ordinary and inconspicuous, like an itinerant cultivator couple. This is really good, Fengjiu said with a smile. He tugged at his inconspicuous green robe and looked at the black robe on him. You look exactly the same as when I first met you, but compared to then, you're much more mature. Xinyuan Mo stroked the beard on his face and glanced at Fengjiu. I didn't think that you'd actually like this kind of thing. Ah ha ha. That's right, I like you. What? Feng Jiu smiled happily and reached out to hold his hand. She jokingly said, "The uncle from back then is now my husband. Ah, I still remember that I accidentally kissed you at that time, and you directly fainted." Xinyuan Mo's ears turned red. He coughed and said, "Why are you bringing that up? I've already forgotten." Chapter 3509. On the mountain road, for carriages were stopped halfway. Dozens of black-clothed men were fighting with the guards accompanying the carriages. The carriages seemed to be filled with women and children, and there seemed to be elders as well. Children's voices could be faintly heard from the carriages. As the carriage behind them was cut in half by a horse sword and fell to the left and right, the young women and children who were huddled together inside also appeared in everyone's line of sight. "Woo-woo! Save me! Save me! Duh! Father!" The cries and shouts were chaotic amidst the chaotic sounds of swords and sabers. A middle-aged man who was fighting with the black-clothed men in front could not help but panic when he heard the cries from behind. He wanted to turn around and take a look, but in a moment of carelessness, his arm was cut by a saber. "Master!" When a woman saw this, she could not help but cry out in alarm. She came to his side and blocked the saber that was slashing towards him. Clang! When the saber and sword collided, sparks burst out. Several sharp swords and sabers were slashing towards her from all directions. Even though the woman's skills were extraordinary, it was still difficult for her to deal with them. "Madam, don't worry about me. Go protect the children," the middle-aged man said anxiously. He did not care about his bleeding arm that was hanging limply by his side. He used his saber to block the saber and sword for his wife, while using his body to protect her as they retreated to the carriage where the children were. The woman was also anxious. Those were her children. How could she not want to protect them? However, they were separated by 2 to 3 carriages, and there were dozens of black-clothed men. Furthermore, each of them was far more powerful than the guards accompanying them. At this moment, even if she could protect the front, she could not protect the back. The children in the back were protected by the guards. Although they were panicking, they were not injured. However, the black-clothed men's sabers slashed down to kill. Clearly, they did not intend to let them live. Gradually, the guards who were covered in injuries could not hold on any longer. Whoosh! Bang! A sword aura attacked, and the second carriage was sliced off, revealing the unconscious old man lying inside and the people guarding the old man. "Father!" When the middle-aged man saw the carriage's roof being sliced off and several black-clothed men leaping onto the carriage with swords in hand, his expression changed, and he immediately rushed over. "Master, be careful." The woman turned her head and saw a man in black holding a sword stabbing at her from behind. She was so shocked that she lost her sense of propriety and pounced forward. The man in black was caught off guard by the pouncing, so he immediately turned the sword in his hand and held it in a reverse grip, about to stab her from behind. "Mother! Mother!" When a younger child saw this scene, he cried and pushed away the people who were protecting him and ran over. However, the child's actions shocked his parents. "No! No!" Seeing the child run out and run towards the sword without any ability to protect himself, the woman cried out in horror, her voice mournful and sorrowful. What kind of pain could be worse than watching one's own child being killed in front of one's eyes? That was something that no mother could accept. Perhaps it was because the child's life was hanging by a thread. She subconsciously struggled to get up from the ground. She didn't care about the sharp swords that were stabbing and slashing at her. She ran out and threw the child to the ground, using her body to block the killing intent for him. "Madam! Mother!" Chapter 3510. When Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mo's walked out of the small forest, they saw the scene on the mountain path before they even got close. When she saw the black-clothed men brandishing their swords at the children and the woman, her eyes flashed. With a wave of her sleeve, the moment the airflow attacked, her blue figure had already rushed out. Before the sharp blades could take the lives of the mother and child, Fengjiu had saved them. The black-clothed men who attacked because of her intervention were also suddenly sent flying, heavily crashing into the trees by the side of the road. Pooh! Blood spurted out. The black-clothed men who were sent flying struggled for a while before finally lying down motionlessly. "Who is it? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" The leader of the black-clothed men's gloomy gaze swept over Fengjiu. The swords that were originally aimed at the middle-aged man were now aimed at Fengjiu. Standing not far away, Xinyuan Mose saw that these people actually dared to attack his woman. His eyes immediately turned cold. In the next moment, his figure swept out like a ghost. Except for Fengjiu, no one saw how he moved. They only knew that his figure swept past the surrounding area, and the black-clothed men fell one by one, with only a bleeding wound on their throat. As those people fell, the guards who were covered in injuries all stopped. They all looked in shock at the two people who had suddenly appeared, then looked at the dozens of black-clothed men's corpses on the ground. For a moment, they were speechless. Even the children stopped crying because of this. They stared blankly at the bearded man, who came to Fengjiu's side without a trace of blood on his body. "Are you all right?" Xinyuan Mose looked at Fengjiu from head to toe. When he saw that she was not injured by the sword he was relieved. Although he knew that, with her strength, those people were nothing to her, but seeing her rush out like that, it really shocked him. Fengjiu glanced at him and smiled. "I'm fine." At this moment, the pale-faced, middle-aged man finally regained his senses. He brought his wife and child before the two of them. "Many thanks to the two benefactors for saving our lives. Please accept the bow of my entire family." As he spoke, he knelt down without any hesitation. If it weren't for them, all of them would have died here today. Fengjiu didn't stop them from bowing. He only said, "It seems that your injuries aren't light. Quickly treat your wounds." As she spoke, her gaze moved away from them and landed on the dozens of corpses on the ground. She smiled and said, "Husband, these people should have a lot of valuable things on them. It seems that we have enough for our travel expenses." Hearing this, the corners of Xinyuan Mose's lips curled up slightly. His deep eyes were filled with adoration as he looked at her. "Then put these things away. Later, we'll find a place to exchange them for money." "Okay." Fengjiu smiled and said, "Wait for me. I'll be done soon." As he spoke, he put away all the valuable things on the black-clothed men on the ground. Not to mention the guards. Even the middle-aged man and his wife were dumbfounded. The strength of these two people seemed to be unfathomable, and they even killed those black-clothed men with a single move. They originally thought that they were experts, but looking at them now, it somewhat subverted their understanding of them. Chapter 35:11. "You want these things?" Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. No, I wouldn't dare." The middle-aged man waved his uninjured hand and said, "It's like this. I want to ask, are the two of you row cultivators? May I know where the two of you are heading? If you're going the same way, can you escort us home?" The middle-aged man looked at his remaining people with a grave expression and said, "I'm worried that we'll be ambushed on our way home. Now that we're injured or dead, and there are children and old people," it's really that while he was speaking, Fengjiu had already collected the things on the corpses. She didn't put them in her space, but put them in one of the people's chinquan bags. She tossed it in her hand and walked back to Xinyuan Mose. The middle-aged man said and hurriedly said, "When we return to the residence, we'll definitely thank the two of you." Xinyuan Mose didn't say anything and only looked at Fengjiu, waiting for her to make a decision. Fengjiu thought and asked, "How long is the journey from here? If it's too far, we won't go." It's not far. It's at most a day's journey." The middle-aged man said, "My residence is in one of the largest cities in the surrounding area. The two of you can go there and take a look." Fengjiu looked at Xinyuan Mose and asked, "What do you think?" "Sure." Xinyuan Mose nodded and said. Fengjiu smiled when she heard this, and she said to the middle-aged man, "All right, we'll protect you." "Thank you, benefactors." The woman also thanked them with the children and then went to the side to treat the wounds on their bodies. Fengjiu and Xinyuan Mose sat on the side. After their wounds were bandaged, the guards threw the corpses down the hill and repaired the carriages that could still be used. While the guards repaired the carriages, the middle-aged man went to Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu's side. While chatting with Fengjiu, he told them his name and family, and also explained why they were ambushed this time. "If we hadn't met the two of you this time, I'm afraid our entire family would have died here. The two of you are our benefactors. Feng Jiu propped up his face with one hand and looked at one of the carriages. He asked casually, "So, the old man in the carriage is your father, and you brought him to seek medical treatment?" "Yes, because this trip was rather far, I brought the children with me. But I didn't expect the journey to be so uneventful, and my father's condition didn't improve at all." Yu Qingda sighed and said, "The person we went to seek medical treatment from was an extremely famous doctor, but even he couldn't do anything. We could only go back and ask around about the ghost doctor." Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. The ghost doctor? The people here also knew her? Seeing the woman in green raise her eyebrows and look at him with surprise, Yu Qingda explained, "Madam Ling, you may not know, but the ghost doctor isn't from the Tongtian continent. I heard that she was originally from a small country in the lower realm. Later on, she came to the upper realm and is very famous. Moreover, her medical skills are very high. If she is willing to treat someone, even if they have 1 foot in the palace of the King of Hell, she can pull them back." Chapter 35:12. When Xianyuan Mose heard her words and saw her smug expression, he couldn't help but smile and nodded in agreement. She is indeed very powerful. Not only is the ghost doctor's medical skills amazing, it is said that her pill refining skills are also unparalleled. It's a pity that we are not on the same mainland as her. Furthermore, the sovereign of our world seems to be eyeing the other mainland. I heard that they're not on good terms with the people over there. Sigh. Yu Qingda sighed, feeling rather helpless. To them, no matter who the sovereign of this world was, it didn't make much of a difference to them. However, if the sovereigns were to fight amongst themselves, the commoners and families of both mainlands would be implicated. I happen to know a little about medicine as well. Let me take a look at your father. Feng Jiu stood up and swept his green robes lightly with his sleeves. Hearing this, Yu Qingda was stunned. Before he could say anything, he saw that Madame Ling had already walked towards the horse carriage. Seeing this, he hurriedly followed and said, "Madame Ling, many doctors have not been able to find the cause of my father's illness." Yuti didn't understand why Madame Ling would suddenly say that she wanted to treat his father's illness. Did she know anything about medicine? Previously, he had already said that his father's illness didn't improve even after visiting the most reputable doctors. How could she treat his father's illness with just a little bit of medical knowledge? He was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to diagnose his father's illness. On one hand, he was worried that she would carelessly use his father as a test subject and hurt his father. On the other hand, he was afraid that if he rejected her, she would lose face. At that moment, he was in a dilemma. Seeing this, Madame Yu walked forward and came to Feng Jiu's side and said softly, "Madame Ling, old master's body may not be able to withstand the torment. If there is an accident, Feng Jiu, who was staring at the old man lying on the horse carriage, was also stunned when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he understood what they meant. Thinking about how it had always been others who begged her to treat their illness. Wouldn't it make them distrustful if she hurried over? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. "I know, but I just took a look. Your old master isn't sick." "Not sick? That's impossible." Yu Qingda was stunned for a moment before he said, "My father's body isn't injured, nor does he have any signs of being poisoned. If it's not an illness, then what is it?" "It's the heart-eroding goblet." As Feng Jiu spoke, he glanced at the old man in the carriage. "Although I haven't checked his pulse, I can't be wrong." "Goo!" The Yu couple was shocked. How could such an evil thing be in my father's body? Not to mention that we have never seen this kind of thing before. Even the big families in the city have probably never come into contact with this kind of evil thing. This kind of thing is an evil and ominous existence, so no one would raise an evil goblet. Feng Jiu walked back and sat beside Xianyuan Mose. Yu Qingda and his wife hurriedly followed her. "Mrs. Ling, if it's really a poison, can you cure it?" "I can solve it, but it's a little troublesome," Feng Jiu said. Seeing the two of them looking at her, she said, "I can't solve it now. I don't have everything I need." Hearing this, Yu Qingda couldn't help but become excited. "That is to say, if we have everything, we can solve it." "Yes, that's right." Feng Jiu nodded. Chapter 35:13. He paused and looked at Fengjiu, saying solemnly, "As long as you can cure my father, Yu Chengde will not dare to disobey any of your orders." Fengjiu smiled. "All right, let your people rest and prepare to continue." Thus, after the group adjusted their mood, they continued on their journey with their injuries. Because a carriage was destroyed, the children could only stay with their parents. They even freed up 2 horses for Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu. They did not stop along the way until the sky darkened. It was not suitable for them to continue on the journey, and the people of the Yu family were all injured and exhausted. Thus, Yu Chengde, who was in front, got off the carriage and came to Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose. "Master Ling, Madam Ling, let's rest here tonight and continue on the journey tomorrow. Everyone is tired. I'm afraid that we won't be able to take it if we continue on." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose looked at those people and nodded. "And let's rest here." As he spoke, he got off the horse and came to Fengjiu's side to help her lead the horse and help her down. "Are you tired? Let's sit over there." Xianyuan Mose held her hand and led her to the hillside to rest. The guards tied their horses to the side of a tree and helped the others down from the carriage. After resting for a while, some went to pick up branches to start a fire, some went to look for water, and some went to look for food. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose sat on the hillside and looked at the scenery in front of them, chatting softly. At this moment, they faintly heard Madame Yu's anxious voice. "Master, what should we do? Xiao's whole body is hot, and his face is so hot. There's still some distance from the city. What should we do if the fever continues at night?" Yu Chengde looked at his youngest son who was being hugged by his wife, and there was some worry on his face. A child's fever could be severe or mild, and if the fever continued, his brain might be damaged. "Let's cool it down first and see if there's any medicine in the medicine bag we brought along. I still have some wine here. Later, we'll use the wine to wipe his body to cool off." As Yu Chengde spoke, he asked someone to look for the medicine in the medicine bag. At the same time, he instructed the other older children, "All of you stay here and don't run around." Hearing that, Fengjiu looked back and said to Xianyuan Mose, "I'll go take a look at them. It's probably a fever caused by the shock." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose nodded. Go ahead. I'll go hunt some game and roast it for you." Fengjiu smiled. "Okay." She stood up and suddenly reached out to hug him. She kissed him on the forehead before leaving. Xianyuan Mose froze for a moment, then watched her leave with light steps. His dark eyes couldn't help but be filled with gentleness and adoration. He reached out to touch his forehead that was kissed, then got up in high spirits and went to find some game for his wife. Fengjiu came to the carriage and asked, "What's wrong? Is a child unwell?" Madam Ling, Yu Chengde saw her and hurriedly called out, "It's the youngest son. He had a fever after sleeping for a while and kept talking nonsense." Fengjiu smiled and raised his eyebrows. "Master Yu, did you forget that I told you that I know a little about medicine?" Chapter 35:14. Lady Yu carried her son and was about to come down when she was stopped by Fengjiu. "You don't have to come down. Just sit out a little," Fengjiu said. After they sat out a little, he checked the child and said, "It's a fever caused by the shock. It's not a big problem. Wait here for a while." He turned and walked towards the small forest. Yu Chengde and his wife were stunned and looked at each other. Lady Yu hesitated and said softly, "Master, do you think Lady Ling is trustworthy? Does she really know medicine?" Yu Chengde glanced at the green figure walking towards the small forest, paused for a moment, and said, "From my perspective, they should be capable people. Not to mention other things, just the fact that they were able to deal with dozens of black-clothed men in one move shows that they're not ordinary rogue cultivators." Hearing her husband's words, Lady Yu's anxious heart relaxed. She said softly, "That's right. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid our family would have died on this road." She looked at Yu Chengde and said worriedly, "Master." From a moment, the old master fell. More and more people came to ambush us. I'm really worried. All right, don't worry too much. Let's take care of the things in front of us first. Yu Chengde said and reached out to touch his son's forehead and held his palm. He felt that it was boiling hot and couldn't help but worry. He looked back and saw that Lady Ling was walking towards them with a bunch of herbs in her hand. "Set up a fire and boil these herbs for him to drink." Feng said and handed the herbs to him. With a move of her finger, she stuffed a thick pill made of herbs into the child's mouth. Yuqingda saw this and said to his wife, "It's windy at night. You and Xiao Wu stay in the carriage. I'll boil the herbs and bring them over." Feng said and turned to leave when he saw that Xianyuan Mose had returned. He walked towards Xianyuan Mose, who was carrying the prey in his hand. "Take a seat. I'll take care of the prey," Xianyuan Mose said, and let her rest on the grassy slope. Hearing this, Feng smiled and said, "I'll go pick up some branches." He then asked, "Do you need me to help you with the prey?" "No need. I could do it myself," Xianyuan Mose said. Although he hadn't done it himself for a long time, it was still common for him to deal with his prey when he was out. Seeing this, Feng nodded and walked towards the small forest. Seeing this, Yuqingda called out to her, "Mrs. Ling, let the guards pick up the branches. Sit down and rest for a while." "No need. I like to do it myself," Feng said without turning his head and walked towards the small forest. Not long later, he came back with a pile of branches. As night fell, the aroma of meat wafted through the mountain path. Feng and Xianyuan Mose huddled around a small bonfire, while the Yu family huddled around a large bonfire. The aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing the injured and tired guards to salivate. After filling their stomachs, the Yu family guards, other than a few who were on night watch, rested with their backs against each other. Yuqingda and his wife took care of a few children. After they fell asleep in the carriage, they kept checking to see if their youngest son's fever had subsided. Chapter 35:15. A gust of night wind blew. He opened his eyes and glanced at Feng who was sleeping on her stomach. A trace of tenderness flashed through his eyes. He reached out and pulled the cloak covering her body higher. But at this time, a burst of laughter sounded in the night. "Ah!" That voice was cold and harsh, containing a powerful pressure. Hearing the laughter echo in the night, the surrounding guards and others were already holding their heads and crying out. "Ah! My head hurts! Ah!" Cries of pain and gasps rang out in the night, breaking the silence of the previous night. The children in the carriage were also suppressed by the sudden strong pressure, and they screamed in pain. The only one who was slightly better than the guards was Yuqingda. Although his face was pale, he was still able to quickly draw his sword and protect the carriage. He shouted, "Who is it? Come out!" Clearly, although the other party's pressure caused a certain amount of damage to him, he was not like the others who could only bear with it. Xianyuan Mose and Feng stood up and put away their cloaks. Feng heard the crying of the children in the carriage and quickly walked forward. His hands formed a seal, and a boundary blocked the pressure for the children in the carriage. That person seemed to be surprised. He slowly walked out from the shadows and stared at Feng who was dressed in green and had an ordinary face. He frowned and said, "Who are you?" His gaze swept past Feng and landed on Xianyuan Mose, who was walking up from behind. For a moment, he thought in his heart, "And who are you?" Feng brows furrowed slightly. He was very displeased to be awakened from his deep sleep. This old man is someone who came to take their lives. The man's face gradually became clear under the light of the bonfire. His face was ordinary. The corners of his eyes were inverted, and there was a gloomy coldness in his eyes. At this moment, as his voice fell, his gaze shifted from Feng and Xianyuan Mose to Yuqingda, revealing a strange and sinister smile. "Surnamed Yu, there are some things that, even if they are with you, you don't have the ability to possess them. If you are sensible and obediently hand them over, this old man might even leave your family members with intact corpses." When Yuqingda heard this, his lips trembled, and he was unable to say a single word. As expected, it was the fault of that thing again. Feng glanced at them before turning his gaze back to the old man. He then said unhurriedly, "I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, leave everything behind and leave quickly. Otherwise, your corpse will be the one left behind. You're courting death." The old man's sinister voice rang out, and as he spoke, he raised his hand and sent a stream of air towards Feng Xianyuan Mose, who was standing beside Feng saw a flash of killing intent in his deep black eyes. He pressed down on Feng hand that was about to strike, and his black figure dashed forward. With a wave of his sleeve, he blocked the stream of air that the old man had sent towards him. Bang! Pooh! Yuchingda stood there in a daze. He only saw Master Ling dash forward and somehow appear behind the old man. He kicked out fiercely, and the old man flew out with a groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Hiss! Ah! Chapter 35:16. The old man's body was on fire. Even though he could not extinguish the fire, he did not care about his image and rolled on the ground. He only stood up when the sand on the ground extinguished the fire on his body. However, he was already in a sorry state and was gasping for breath. His back was in so much pain that it reached his chest. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He retreated in shock and looked in horror at the bearded man in black who was walking towards him step by step. What do you want to do? Kill you. It was rare for Xianyuan Mose to say something like that. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the old man was shocked. Xianyuan Mose had already condensed a stream of air in his hand and pierced through his dantian, destroying it in one strike. Death came too quickly, and he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy or scream in terror. All he could do was let out a muffled groan, and his body swayed for a moment. His knees gave way, and he knelt straight in front of Xianyuan Mose until his head drooped, and he breathed his last in silence. Everyone in the Yu family saw this scene and could not help but swallow their saliva. They knew that this couple was very strong, but they did not expect that this old man with such strength would be instantly killed by Master Ling. Everyone was silent as if they were holding their breaths. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only the soft sound of the branches in the fire and the rustling of the leaves in the night breeze could be heard. The next morning, everyone set off again. However, not everyone's eyes were on the couple. In front of them, almost no one dared to be impudent. In the carriage, Lady Yu carried her youngest son, who had already woken up. She happily said to her husband, "Old master, Madame Ling's medicine is really effective. Xiaowu's fever went down last night, and he woke up as usual today. That's good. We have to thank them properly when we get back." As Yuchingda spoke, he leaned against the outside of the carriage and looked ahead as if he was thinking about something. Because Fengjiu felt a little sleepy, Xianyuan Mose let her ride the same horse with him. He let her sit in front of him and sleep in his arms. His cloak wrapped around her tightly, not letting anyone see her sleeping face at all. Fengjiu, who was in his arms, slept all the way until she felt something poking at her. She shifted her hips uncomfortably, but she didn't expect to fall in his arms and hear a suppressed gasp. She didn't even open her eyes as she murmured, "What's wrong?" She shifted her body and tried to find a more comfortable position in his arms, who knew that there would always be something pressing against her. "It's nothing. Go back to sleep." Xianyuan Mose lowered his voice, but his voice was obviously a little hoarse. Along the way, the two of them rode on the same horse. As the horse's hooves moved forward, the two of them on the horse also moved forward. No matter how good his willpower was, he still had a reaction to this kind of vague intimacy. In addition, the two of them had only been married for a few days. He, who had just tasted the ecstasy, couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, he still suppressed the restless heat that surged up. Just as he was about to move back a little and put some distance between them, who knew that in the next moment his body would freeze. Chapter 35:17. Xianyuan Mose panted heavily, and his ears immediately turned red. As for his face, it couldn't be seen because of his large beard. He looked at Fengjiu, who was looking up at him innocently, and whispered, "Are you trying to murder your husband?" Fengjiu's face couldn't help but turn red. She instinctively withdrew from his arms, but she forgot that she was on a horse. She almost fell off the horse because of her carelessness. "Little ancestor, behave yourself." His hoarse voice was helpless and sighed. He reached out to help her up and hugged her to his side. "Sit properly, don't move around." "I didn't move around, I was just being careless," she whispered. Thinking about what she had just done, she was so embarrassed that her cheeks burned. She looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Moreover, the two of them were wearing cloaks. Only then did she feel relieved. Fortunately, no one saw them. Otherwise, It would have been so embarrassing. Aren't you going to sleep? Xian Yuan Mose asked. He saw that she kept looking left and right, her eyes flashing and her face red. He couldn't help but find it funny. I'm not going to sleep, Feng Jiu said. She asked, I'll go ask how long until we reach the city. As she spoke, she used one hand to support herself on the horse and the other to lift her cloak. She jumped off the horse and went forward. Seeing this, Xian Yuan Mose didn't say anything. He only took a deep breath and suppressed the evil fire rising in his lower abdomen. Feng Jiu, who had gone ahead, didn't return after asking. She sat in the carriage and chatted with Yu Qingde. After chatting for a while, she returned to Xian Yuan Mose's side. They said that we can enter the city before nightfall. When the time comes, they'll let us stay in their residence. What do you think? Feng Jiu asked. She held Xian Yuan Mose's hand and used it to sit on the horse's back. Anything is fine, Xian Yuan Mose said. Then it's decided. We'll stay in their residence and treat their old man. At the same time, after they've settled down, we'll ask about the sovereign of Tong Tian. All right. The two of them chatted casually until evening, when they really arrived at the city gate. Master Ling, Madam Ling, it's right in front. Yu Qingde turned around and shouted. Seeing that they were finally home, he finally felt relieved. As they walked forward, they entered the city and followed the city road towards the Yu clan. However, Xian Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu, who had not yet settled down, said that they wanted to go out for a walk. They turned around and left without waiting for a reply. This city seems comparable to 100 River City, Feng Jiu said as he walked. He looked around and saw that there was food at a small stall in front of them. He pulled Xian Yuan Mose to the front. Feng Jiu pulled Xian Yuan Mose to sit down and called out, Annie, give us a portion of all the snacks. Good. Please have a seat and have some tea, the old woman replied. She served them tea and retreated to prepare other things. That's lotus seed soup, right? Give each of us a bowl first, Feng Jiu said as she looked at the big pot of lotus seed soup placed on the stove at the side. The old woman scooped a bowl for each of them and placed it on the small table. She then brought over other snacks. If it's not enough, there's more. They're all homemade. Eat while you eat. The rest will be served later. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled. Okay, we understand. Chapter 35:18. They were sitting in a corner a few meters away from those people. They saw those people pushing and shoving the old woman, shouting and cursing. Seeing this, her palm moved, and a silver needle shot out from her hand, silently shooting into the leader's body. The man who was about to grab the old woman's collar suddenly stiffened, and his body fell straight to the ground. The men next to him saw this, and quickly went forward to support him. Big brother, why did you faint all of a sudden? Quick, take him to the clinic. When those people saw that there was no response for a long time, they did not bother to look for trouble and quickly carried him to the clinic. The old woman stared blankly and only recovered after a long time. She shook her head and sighed. While tidying up the table and chairs that were kicked over, she muttered, What a sin. You're so good, but you don't look for work. You only know how to bully ordinary people like us. Xian Yuan Mose drank the lotus seed soup and asked, I'll accompany you to walk around the city later. See if there's anything you want to buy. Sure. Feng Jiu smiled and drank the lotus seed soup. Then he took out 2 gold coins and placed them on the table, then got up and left. The old woman looked at the gold coins and could not help but be stunned. The two of you don't need so much. It's okay, take it. Feng Jiu turned around and smiled. When she withdrew her gaze, she met a pair of eyes that were sizing her up. She glanced at that person and then withdrew her gaze indifferently. She held Xian Yuan Mose's hand and left. The man who was sitting not far away looked at the two people leaving together with a trace of thoughtfulness in his eyes. Not long after, he got up and followed behind them unhurriedly. Who were Xian Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu? With their cultivation, they were able to sense the people behind them when they were being followed. It should be the man who was not far from the stall. He probably saw me make a move, but I don't know why he's following me. Feng Jiu smiled. He held Xian Yuan Mose's hand and walked slowly. They didn't look back, as if they didn't know that someone was following them. Get rid of him at the intersection ahead, Xian Yuan Mose said. He didn't turn around and just looked at the road ahead. The man behind them did not know that he had been discovered and continued to follow them. He was trying to guess who these two people were. However, as he followed them, he realized that the two people in front of him had disappeared. He was startled and quickly stepped forward. He looked left and right, but didn't see the two figures. He couldn't help but frown. Who are those people? With my strength, how could I lose him? Helpless, he could only walk around and see if he could meet him again. Not long after he left, Xinyuan Mose walked out from a corner with Fengjiu in his arms. Looking at the departing man, Xinyuan Mose looked away and said to Fengjiu, "Let's go. Let's go to the night market." The husband and wife strolled around the night market and admired the moon. They didn't return to the Yu residence, even when the sky was dark. At the Yu residence, Yu Chengde, who had settled his family down, walked around the main door from time to time, looking around and waiting for them to return. "Master, you can go in. I'll take care of things here. When Master Ling and the rest come back, I'll bring them to rest." The housekeeper said as he looked at his master's bandaged hand and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 35:19. Master Ling, Madam Ling, you're back. Fengjiu was a little surprised to see him. "You were waiting for us? I wanted to wait for you to come back and bring you to the courtyard to rest. I wanted to see if there was anything wrong so that I could get the servants to prepare again," Yu Chengde said with a smile. In front of the two of them, it could be said that he had put down his position as the head of the family. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. "There's no need to trouble yourself. We won't be staying here for long anyway. Anything will do." "How can that be? The two of you are the saviors of the Yu family. You are our esteemed guests. We cannot neglect you." As he spoke, he personally brought the two of them into the courtyard that had been prepared for them. "Master Ling, Madam Ling, I prepared this small courtyard for the two of you. See if there's anything you need to add so that I can get the servants to make the arrangements." Fengjiu took a look at the courtyard and said, "There's no need. It's fine like this. In that case, the two of you should rest early. After all, you haven't had a good rest on the way here. I won't disturb the two of you any further." He bowed slightly and then left with the housekeeper. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu walked into the courtyard. The two maidservants in the courtyard bowed and opened the door for them. "Prepare the water for the bath." Fengjiu looked at the two maidservants and instructed them. Then he walked into the room. "Yes." The two maidservants replied and then left to prepare. At night, after bathing, the two of them sat on the bed. Xinyuan Mose was reading a book in his hands while Fengjiu leaned in his arms. "Mose, when do you think we can advance to the level of supreme martial artists?" The two of them were now supreme martial artists. In the world, it seemed that the strongest supreme martial artist was only a supreme martial artist. There had never been any news of a supreme martial artist being born. With their current strength, if they were to advance to the supreme being level and become supreme being experts, how much would their strength increase? It said that there hasn't been a sovereign expert for several million years. Even if a God King expert reaches the peak, he wouldn't dare to attempt a breakthrough so easily and attempt to become a sovereign expert, Xinyuan Mose said in a deep voice, neither hurriedly nor slowly. His gaze was still on the book. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised and asked, "Why?" There was once a peak-level divine king monarch who attempted to break through to the supreme being level, but unfortunately, he died. Later on, there were others who refused to believe that no one could break through to the supreme being level. They also tried to break through, but they all died one after another. Therefore, it was rumored that no cultivator in this world could reach the supreme being level. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly startled. He said, "Becoming a supreme being requires one to undergo the tempering of the heavenly way. Perhaps they died because they couldn't pass the heavenly way and not because they couldn't break through. No one knows the heavenly way. As for the specific reason, no one knows. We only know that there isn't a single supreme being expert in this world. Furthermore, even a supreme martial artist who has reached the level of supreme martial artist cannot cultivate to the peak. Why is that?" Fengjiu asked curiously. He had never heard of this before. Chapter 35:20. So that's the reason? She was a little surprised and couldn't help but think about it. If that was the case, what would happen when they reached the peak in the future? Pills won't help. She sat up straight and asked him, "I've never heard of it." However, I reckon that by that time, pills won't have much effect. Xinyuan Mose said as he held her hand. Don't worry, that's for others. If it were us, it wouldn't happen. Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile when he heard that. Why are you so confident? Xinyuan Mo smiled and said, because we're the Emperor Star and the Phoenix Star. We're destined by the heavens. If there's anyone in this world who can reach the prime level, it can only be the two of us. But I haven't found a way to deal with the master of the Black Lotus. That Black Lotus is very powerful. If we fight head-on, I'm worried. She frowned, worried about this strong opponent. Xinyuan Mo's paused for a moment and said, logically speaking, your chaotic green lotus should be able to suppress his Black Lotus. The chaotic green lotus is a chaotic treasure and is also known as the Genesis green lotus or the cleansing green lotus. It nurtures 4 lotus seeds in the heart of the lotus, and one of them is the Black Lotus of destruction. I think that the green lotus in your body doesn't just transport life force. It should have other uses, such as suppressing the power of the Black Lotus. It just hasn't been exploited yet. Feng Jiu fell into deep thought when he heard that. He murmured softly, what kind of opportunity does it require? How can it activate the true power of the green lotus in my body? Sleep. It's getting late. We'll find out in the future. He lay down on the bed and pulled her into his embrace. He pulled the blanket up and covered her with it. Feng Jiu didn't think too much about it. That's right, she'll find out one day. Since that's the case, there's no need to rush. What's more, she had no clue at all. She couldn't think of anything no matter how hard she tried. Hugging the person beside her, smelling the familiar scent on his body, feeling his strong and powerful arms around her waist, her heart gradually calmed down. She found a comfortable position in his arms and closed her eyes to sleep. The next morning, after Xinyuan Mose and Feng Jiu woke up and ate breakfast, she wrote some things for Yu Qingde to prepare. Today, they did not plan to go out. They just wanted to lie in the courtyard. After Yu Qingde prepared all the things she needed, they would leave after drawing out the cupworm for Old Man Yu. At this moment, she didn't know that Yu Qingde had personally prepared everything, but things weren't going very smoothly. In the 100 Herbs building in the city, Yu Qingde had bought all the elixirs he needed. At this time, he was waiting to buy the last ingredient. Because the other party had brought the ingredients for him to look at, he first sat down in the private room and drank a cup of tea. However, after waiting for a while, the steward came in empty-handed and apologetically. Patriarch, I'm really sorry. I originally wanted to bring the 1,000 blood-red heartgrass over, but I didn't expect that someone would also take a fancy to that spirit herb. This, Chapter 35:21. Being interrupted, the steward's face didn't look too good. He glanced at Yu Qingde before squeezing out a smile and said, Patriarch, our 100 Herb building has always followed the rules when doing business. Didn't I come to inform you about this matter? Actually, the decision still lies with you. After all, you've already paid half of the price. As long as you pay the other half, this spirit herb will be yours. However, the customer said that he knows you and knows that it's the spirit herb you want. He wants to meet you and discuss it with you. Hearing this, Yu Qingde frowned and only said, bring the spirit herb here. I'm in a hurry to return. Obviously, he didn't want to meet the person he knew. This spirit herb was one of the important medicinal catalysts that Madame Ling had mentioned. Even if the other party knew him, he couldn't take this spirit herb from him. Thus, there was no need to meet him. Seeing this, the manager responded and turned to fetch the spirit herb. However, just as he returned with the spirit herb, an old man in gray robes followed behind him. I didn't think that it would be so difficult for this old man to meet you. The old man walked in with a displeased expression and looked at Yu Qingde in the room. Yang, Elder Yang, why are you here? Why are you here? Seeing the person who had come, Yu Qingde couldn't help but be startled. He hurriedly stood up and bowed to him. The old man in front of him was the famous doctor, Elder Yang. Not only was he a famous doctor, but he was also an alchemy saint. He had extremely high prestige on this mainland. Some time ago, he had brought his family to seek treatment from him. He didn't expect to see him here. The old man walked in with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the box that the manager had placed on the table and said, this old man heard that there was 1,000 blood red heart herb here and specially rushed over. I didn't expect to hear that this spirit herb had already been bought by you. Yes, I was one step ahead of Elder Yang. It's because my old father is waiting for this spirit herb to save his life. Therefore, Elder Yang, I'm really sorry. I can't let you have this spirit herb. Yu Qingde said apologetically. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but this person was Elder Yang. Even if he refused, he had a smile. After all, no matter who he offended, he would never offend a doctor who could save lives. Hearing his words, the old man frowned. Your father? Who told you that your father needed the 1,000-blood red heart grass? This 1,000-blood red heart grass is poisonous by itself, and ordinary people are unable to refine its poison. If one consumes an unrefined 1,000-blood red heart grass, it will be a fatal poison. As the old man spoke, he shook his head and looked at him. You're really reckless in order to save your father. If you give this 1,000-blood red heart grass to your father, in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, your father will be powerless to save the situation. Hearing that, Yu Qingde was stunned and said, Well, I don't think so. Mrs. Ling, who helped my father, said that as long as I brought the things back, she could wake my father up. She knows medicine. Since she said so, she must have a way. Chapter 35:22. What? Madam Ling? You're saying that the person who treated your father's illness is actually a woman? When the old man heard this, he immediately glared at Yu Qingde, fuming with rage. Yu Qingde was stunned for a moment before replying. That's right. I met Madam Ling on my way back, and we traveled together. She said that she could cure my father's illness and wake him up, so I did as she said and prepared the spiritual herbs. Ridiculous. You actually believe the words of a mere woman? That's ridiculous. He berated, glaring at Yu Qingde with a face full of anger. So you're saying that you think that a woman like her is better than this old man, the medicine saint? A disease that even this old man couldn't cure, but a woman like her can? And you actually believed her? That's ridiculous. Yu Qingde was a little embarrassed. Indeed, if he believed that Madam Ling could cure his father, wouldn't that mean that he felt that Madam Ling was better than Elder Yang? However, when he thought of the calm and confident Madam Ling, his heart was really biased toward her. After all, the couple was not ordinary people. Seeing the old man's angry expression, he knew that continuing the conversation would only make the atmosphere even more awkward. Moreover, Madam Ling was still waiting for his medicine in the residence. Thus, after some thought, he said, Elder Yang, how about this? You come back to the residence with me, and you'll naturally know what happened when you see Madam Ling. If this 1,000-blood red heart herb really can't save my father, I'll give it to you as an apology. How about that? Oomph. Elder Yang snorted with his hands behind his back. He also felt that there was no point in talking to him here, so he immediately said, All right, this old man wants to see just what kind of amazing doctor this Madam Ling is. She can actually cure an illness that even this old man said couldn't be cured. Let's go. Lead the way. Yu Qingde smiled. After inspecting the medicine, he gave the remaining money to the steward and let him handle it. Then, he put away the spirit medicine on the table and brought old Yang back to the mansion. After sending the two out, the steward suppressed the astonishment in his heart. After watching the two leave, he turned and walked inside, thinking to himself, Everyone in the city knows that Master Yu's father is seriously ill. I heard that he can't hold on any longer. Some time ago, the entire family went to Elder Yang's place to seek medical treatment, and they only returned yesterday. Now that he says that a woman can cure him, he's probably been deceived. As he walked inside, he bumped into the owner of the 100 Herbs Tower. Didn't I hear that Elder Yang came? Why didn't I see him? Tower Lord. Elder Yang went to the Yu clan. He just left with Patriarch Yu. The housekeeper said. He went to the Yu? Didn't clan head Yu ask Elder Yang to treat his father not long ago? Why did you go there again? The tower master asked in surprise. Thus, the steward quickly told him about what had happened just now. Ling, there was such a thing? Hee, that's strange. The owner smiled. At this time, another steward walked out and said, Master, Steward Lin, that Elder Yang forgot to take away the spiritual herbs that he bought. Hearing this, the owner smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, go and bring the herbs over. I'll send them to Elder Yang and watch the show while I'm at it." Hearing this, the two of them were startled. Steward Lin said, "That Madam Ling, that master you mentioned might be a swindler. Why does master have to make this trip?" Chapter 35:23. The two stewards looked at each other in astonishment. Not necessarily. Could it be that the towerhead had received some news? Inside the Yu residence, Yu Chengda invited Elder Yang to sit in the hall before going to invite Fengjiu over. When he arrived at the rear courtyard, he saw the two people sunbathing in the courtyard. He called out, "Master Ling, Madam Ling, have you prepared everything?" Fengjiu asked Yu Chengda, who was standing outside the courtyard. "Yes, everything has been prepared." Yu Chengda paused for a moment before continuing, "Madam Ling, when I went to the 100 Herbs building to buy spiritual medicine, I ran into Elder Yang." As he spoke, he realized that she might not know who Elder Yang was, so he explained, "He's the famous doctor we went to seek treatment from this time. He came for the 1,000 blood red heart grass, but I unexpectedly bought it first." And then he explained the matter to her and said apologetically, "I really couldn't refuse. Right now, he's sitting in the front hall." Fengjiu smiled, "So it's like that. It's fine, I'll go see him." She stood up and said to Xianyuan Mose, "I'll be right back." Xianyuan Mose responded. After watching her leave with Yu Chengda, he closed his eyes and closed them for a moment. In the front hall, Elder Yang was drinking tea. When he heard footsteps outside, he put down his teacup and looked over. His gaze naturally went past Yu Chengda and landed on the green-clothed woman next to him. He sized her up and asked in an unfriendly tone, "You're that Madam Ling?" She looked so young, but she actually said that she knew medicine. She even said that she could treat illnesses that he couldn't. She was really going too far. Fengjiu glanced at him and smiled. "That's right." She walked forward and sat down on a chair. She turned to look at Yu Chengda. "What about those things? Let me have a look." It was obvious that she didn't think much of Elder Yang. Her actions infuriated Elder Yang. He slammed the table heavily and roared, "That 1,000 blood red heart grass is poisonous. How dare you say that you can give it to his father? Do you want him to die faster?" Fengjiu glanced at him and asked unhurriedly, "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business?" Yu Chengda, who was at the side, saw that the two of them were not on good terms. Just as he was about to mediate the situation, he heard Elder Yang snort loudly. "Umph. This little woman didn't know who he was. The one sitting in front of you is the respected alchemy saint." Fengjiu raised his eyebrows. "Oh, I heard from Clan Head Yu that his father's illness can't be cured." Elder Yang frowned. "So what if this old man can't cure him? Do you think you can cure him?" "Not only can you not cure him, but you also don't know what kind of illness he has, right? You can't even see these symptoms, yet you still have the nerve to say that you're the respected alchemy saint?" Fengjiu's voice carried a hint of a smile. Her casual tone and the nonchalant expression on her face made Elder Yang angry. Elder Yang stood up angrily and pointed at Fengjiu, shouting, You're too presumptuous." Clan Head Yu quickly stepped forward. Elder Yang, please sit down first. Don't be angry." As he spoke, he took out the things he had prepared and placed them on the tea table. "Madam Ling, do you think these things are all right? Is there anything else missing?" Chapter 35:24. When she walked out, she happened to see the housekeeper leading someone in. She glanced at that person and walked towards the backyard. Patriarch Yu put away the things on the tea table and said to the old man, "Elder Yang, since it's like this, why don't we go together? All right, this old man wants to see what kind of ability she has to be so arrogant and rude." Elder Yang flicked his sleeves and walked out. When he saw the person who walked in, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Tower Master Bailey, why are you here?" "Ha! Elder Yang, the medicinal herbs you bought were left in my building. When I heard the housekeeper's report, I wanted to come and take a look, so I brought the herbs for you," he said with a smile and cupped his hands towards Yu Chengda. "I hope Patriarch you won't blame me for coming uninvited." No. Yu Chengda was surprised, but he still said with a smile. After all, it was usually very difficult for him to see the Tower Master of the Hunter Herbs building. He didn't expect that he would come today. Was it because of Master Ling and Madam Ling in his residence? It just so happens that we were just about to go see how that woman rescued her father. Since Pavilion Master Bailey has come as well, then why don't we go together? As Elder Yang spoke, he glanced at Yu Qingde and said, "Let's go quickly. This old man doesn't believe that woman can save your father. Your father's life might be hanging by a thread because of her." Seeing this, Yu Qingde could only say, "Please, both of you." Then he led them to the backyard. Feng Jiu went to sit in Patriarch Yu's courtyard and waited for Yu Qingde's arrival. He saw that Yu Qingde was here, accompanied by Elder Yang and the person he met earlier. "Madam Ling." Yu Qingde went forward and put the things on the table. "Madam Ling, you've met Elder Yang. This is the Tower Master of the 100 Herbs building." Feng Jiu nodded lightly and looked at them with interest, asking, "What do you want to do? See how I will save him?" "This old man is here to see how you will deceive people, so that you won't harm that old Master Yu's life." As Elder Yang spoke, he felt that this woman was an eyesore. Feng Jiu propped up his chin with one hand and said lazily, "I still need to concoct medicine. Are you guys here to help? If you don't want to help, then you have to leave." "Help!" Old Yang was stunned for a moment before glaring angrily at Yang Kai. "You want this old master to help you?" Feng Jiu curled his lips. "It's your blessing to be able to help me." You. Old Yang was so angry that he was gasping for breath. "This old man, I have never seen a woman as thick-skinned as you. This old man is a dignified alchemy saint. You actually dare to ask me to be your assistant? How preposterous." "Patriarch Yu, I don't like people to disturb me when I'm grinding medicine. Please ask those who have no business here to leave." She was already being polite. She even used the word ask instead of chase them away. Seeing this, Patriarch Yu couldn't help but look at Elder Yang and Tower Master Bailey. He said hesitantly, "The two of you look. Speaking of which, I haven't concocted medicine for a long time. I'm happy to help this madam." Tower Master Bailey said with a smile. He stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. His gaze fell on Feng Jiu. Seeing this, Elder Yang took a deep breath and said, "Fine. This old man wants to see what kind of ability you have. If you don't have the ability, don't blame this old man for settling the score later." Chapter 35:25. Who do you think you are? What do you have that can make this old man shocked and inexplicably shocked? With your deceitful tricks, this old man would be ashamed to tell others about them. Elder Yang sneered disapprovingly. Housemaster Bailey's eyes flashed as he looked at the green-clothed woman. He smiled and said, "Madam, there is no need to worry. Bailey Bowen doesn't like to gossip, so he won't say much." Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at him. Seeing his natural and unrestrained manner, she didn't say anything else. She only said, "All right then, I'll do the talking and you guys do the work. First, process the spirit herbs on the table. Grind the leaves into juice for later use." Thus, Yu Qingde, who was standing at the side, saw the two prominent figures actually roll up their sleeves and fight for Madam Ling in the courtyard. He was a little stunned. Elder Yang and Bailey Bowen were grinding the medicine and doing as she requested. They also occasionally looked at her sitting there and mixing something with a few small transparent bottles. As time passed, the two assistants also handed the medicine to her. They watched as she placed everything on the tray, then got up and walked inside. "Bring the things in," Feng Jiu said without turning her head. She only told them to follow. When Yu Qingde saw this, he quickly went forward and said with a smile, "Please come in. I'll carry the things." As he spoke, he went forward and took the things on the tray. The room was bright and spacious. On the bed in the inner room, the skinny old man was lying on it weakly. His face was dark and without light. If it wasn't for his slightly rising and falling chest, he would probably be no different from a dead person. "Take off his clothes." Feng Jiu went to the basin to wash her hands and had Yu Qingde put the tray on the small table beside her. Yu Qingde went forward and took off his father's clothes. Elder Yang went forward to take a look and shook his head. "It's already like this. It looks like he won't make it through this month." Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced at Elder Yang, who was sighing, and said in an infuriating tone, "That's because he met you. If he met me, he naturally wouldn't die." You. Elder Yang's face instantly darkened when he heard this, and he felt like his dignity had been challenged. He gazed at the little woman and said, "Let me see how you'll turn the situation around and pull back someone who's already on the verge of death. If I save him, what will you do?" She raised her eyebrows and asked. Forced into a corner, he snorted and said, "If you save him, this old man will kowtow to you 3 times and call you master. Go to the main gate of the U residence and shout loudly 3 times that your skills are not as good as mine." You are convinced. Hearing this, Feng Jiu waved his hand. "Don't. You're so old. I'm not interested in taking you as my disciple." As he spoke, he took out the silver needles and came to the bedside. "Don't make a fuss when I'm treating, and don't make any noise. If you disturb me, don't blame me for being impolite." Bailey Bowen listened to the soft voice, and the doubt in his heart grew. Where did this person come from? This light voice carried a faint warning, causing his heart to involuntarily tighten when he heard it, not daring to be impudent. Chapter 35:26. He saw that the tendons and veins in Patriarchu's skinny body were slightly protruding, and in one of the veins there were a few bulges, as if there was a small worm wriggling inside. It made his hair stand on end. Not to mention him. Even Patriarchu and Elder Yang's expressions changed when they saw this. Patriarchu was still all right. At least he knew that his father had been poisoned by someone. Elder Yang, on the other hand, only knew what was going on after seeing it. The visual impact caused his expression to change instantly. "It's actually a poison," Elder Yang muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never thought that old man you would be unconscious because of a poison. For a moment, he looked with a complicated gaze at the green-clothed woman who used silver needles to seal old man Yu's veins and veins. He didn't understand how such an inconspicuous woman could tell that he had been poisoned by a poison. He knew medicine, so he naturally knew about poisons, but he couldn't see the poison in old man Yu's veins and couldn't feel his pulse. Earlier, he was still saying that this woman was lying, but now, seeing her precise needles and her practiced movements, he knew that he had really met someone more skilled than him. However, why did this person have to be a woman? "Pinch his mouth open," Feng Jiu said as he picked up the medicine at the side. Patriarchu hurriedly went forward and helped to pinch his father's mouth open. He watched as Madame Ling poured the medicine into his father's mouth. Not long after, the worm wriggling in the veins moved even more violently. When Feng Jiu saw this, he increased the speed of his needles. At the same time, he instructed, "Make a cut on his middle finger. Edifice Lord Bailey. Use the bottle containing the 1,000 blood red heart herbs juice to catch his blood." Okay. Patriarchu hurriedly took out a small knife and cut his father's hand. Just as he was about to use the bottle containing the medicine to catch the blood, he saw Bailey Bowen take the bottle and say, "Let me do it." Feng Jiu glanced at Bailey Bowen and instructed, "Tower Lord Bailey, do you see it? Make sure to catch the cup mixed with fresh blood." Bailey Bowen's eyelids twitched when she looked at him. When he heard that she was going to catch the cup bug mixed in the blood, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He braced himself and said, "Mrs. Ling, don't worry. I will catch it." Elder Yang only stared at Elder Yu's body. He saw that after the woman used the silver needles to seal the blood vessels, the cupworms wriggled along the blood vessels on his arm. Step by step, the cupworms were forced to fly out of the blood vessels with a whoosh. "Catch it!" Elder Yang shouted. He saw that the goo-goo actually wanted to escape. It flew out of the blood vessels at an extremely fast speed. Even he could barely see its speed. Bailey Bowen's brows twitched. The mouth of the bottle that was originally connected to his finger turned in his hand. He took a step back and caught the cupworms that were about to escape. In the next moment, the cupworms mixed in the blood also flew out and fell into the transparent bottle containing the large cupworms one by one. Looking at the mixture of medicine and blood in the transparent bottle and the worms wriggling there, Bailey Bowen felt a wave of disgust. The hair on his body stood on end. Chapter 35:27. Feng Jiu fed him a bottle of medicinal liquid after cleaning up the cupworm in old Master Yu's body. She then said, "Bandage the wound on your finger." I'll write a prescription when we get back and have someone brew it for him to take a bath." As she spoke, she put away the things and washed her hands. She then said to Patriarch Yu, "The cup bug in the bottle won't be able to survive. You can deal with it later." "Okay," Master Yu hurriedly replied. He then asked, "Madam Ling, when will my father wake up? Is his body fine?" "He's fine now. He just needs to recuperate. He'll wake up after bathing," Feng Jiu said as she walked out. "Wait." Master Yang chased after her. "What?" Feng Jiu stopped and looked at him with interest. "I apologize for doubting you and not trusting you," Master Yang said. He gritted his teeth and was about to kneel down and kowtow to her. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows. Seeing that he was about to kneel, she waved her sleeve and said slowly, "There's no need to kneel. I don't want to take you in as a disciple." Master Yang knelt down on both knees, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kneel down. It was as if there was a pair of hands holding him up. He couldn't kneel down, and his legs gradually straightened. He was shocked. He looked at the woman in green who turned and walked out. He stood there in a daze. Bailey Bowen's eyes flashed when he saw the scene that had just taken place. She was indeed not simple. "Master Yang, I told you. Master Ling and Madam Ling aren't liars. They even saved me on the way here. We met by chance. They really aren't scheming people." Master Yu walked out and said to Master Yang, who was still standing there in a daze. Master Yang recovered and looked at him. He asked, "Master Ling and Madam Ling? What's their full name? It's impossible for such a person to be a nobody. I don't know where they came from. I only know that they aren't ordinary people." Patriarch Yu said, "You too. Please help yourselves. I'll instruct the servants to brew the medicine." After saying that, he left first. Bailey Bowen looked at the sky and smiled. "It's getting late. I think I should go back. Elder Yang, goodbye." He cupped his hands and walked out. Elder Yang glanced at him, then looked at the sky. He pursed his lips and strode out with his hands behind his back. Just as Bailey Bowen stepped out of the house, Master Yang followed him out. Bailey Bowen, who was going to leave in the future, stopped and was about to call him out. Unexpectedly, Master Yang looked at the people on the street and suddenly took a deep breath. Seeing him like this, his eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back to put some distance between them. In the next moment, Elder Yang's voice rang out in front of the Yu family's house. "I, Yang, am not as skilled as others. I'm sincerely convinced by Madam Ling. I'm not worthy of being called the medicine saint. I, Yang, am sincerely convinced by Madam Ling. I'm not worthy of being called the medicine saint. I, Yang, am sincerely convinced by Madam Ling. I'm not worthy of being called the medicine saint." Chapter 35:28. Isn't that the famous Senior Yang who is known as the medical sage? Why is he shouting in front of the Yu residents? Did something happen? Someone recognized Elder Yang's identity and was puzzled as to why such a distinguished guest of the major clans was doing such a strange thing. Didn't they say that the old master of the Yu family was seriously ill? I heard that the Yu family went to Elder Yang's place to seek treatment and just came back. Why is Elder Yang here? From what he said, could it be that someone cured old Master Yu's illness? How is that possible? Elder Yang's medical skills are widely recognized. If he can't cure an illness, who else can? Then what is he doing now? He admitted that his skills are inferior and accepted wholeheartedly. Also, who is this Madam Ling he mentioned? I've never heard of her. That's right. How strange. It sounds like Madam Ling cured old Master Yu's illness, and Elder Yang is wholeheartedly convinced. In the restaurants and shops on both sides of the street, many cultivators and aristocratic clans who heard Elder Yang's words began to discuss in low voices. However, no matter how much they discussed, they didn't know anything about the Yu family. Thus, they sent people to inquire about it. When House Master Bailey, who was standing not far from Elder Yang, saw this, he couldn't help but cup his hands and say, "Elder Yang, I'm impressed. I'm impressed." This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could possess. Especially with his reputation, he actually dared to say such words and do such a thing. This was even more admirable. With his temperament, it was no wonder that he was respected everywhere. At the same time, in the Yu residence, When Feng Jiu returned to the courtyard, she saw that Xian Yuan Mo's was no longer in the courtyard. She went straight into the room and saw him sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating. She poured a cup of water for him and smiled with narrowed eyes as she said, "Husband, I'm back. Is the matter resolved?" Xian Yuan Mo's opened his eyes and looked at her. It wasn't difficult to resolve. I've already extracted the goo from old Master Yu's body. As she spoke, she heard 3 shouts of his skills are inferior and wholeheartedly convinced from outside. Feng Jiu couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect this old man to be so stubborn. He actually went outside the residence to shout? You're really willing to put down your pride. She shook her head and chuckled as she came to his side. Tonight, let's find some time to ask the Yu family head about Sovereign Tong Tian. After that, we'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Xian Yuan Mo smiled. In the evening, Yu Chengde saw that his father had indeed woken up from the medicinal bath, as Madame Ling had said. He couldn't help but shed tears of joy. After helping his father lie down, he hurried to their courtyard. Master Ling, Madame Ling, my father is awake. He walked into the courtyard happily and said to the 2 people who were playing chess, "Wake up and recuperate for a while. You'll be able to recover." Feng Jiu said and gestured, "Sit. I happen to have something to ask you." Yes, yes. He sat down at the table. When he sat down, he looked at the 2 of them and felt that sitting at the same table with them made him feel nervous and oppressed. Patriarch, we would like to know more about Sovereign Tong Tian. Please tell us more about him. Feng Jiu said directly. This. He looked at the 2 of them in surprise. He didn't expect them to ask about Sovereign Tong Tian. For a moment, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 35:29. No, it's not inconvenient. Since the 2 of you have asked, I will tell you everything I know. Yu Qingde hurriedly said and told them about the Sovereign of the Sky-Reaching sect. Outside, the people who couldn't get any information could only stare at the Yu residence. Some people thought about it and found Elder Yang, wanting to know what was going on from his mouth. However, no matter how they asked, they couldn't get anything out of him. However, some doctors who wanted to become famous couldn't hold back. When they found out that even Elder Yang was convinced that his skills were inferior, some people who wanted to use Madame Ling as a stepping stone went to the Yu residence, wanting to meet this Madame Ling. What kind of existence was Elder Yang? He was the famous alchemy saint that all the aristocratic families had to show some respect to. Now that he had lost to Madame Ling for some unknown reason, as long as they could defeat Madame Ling, their status would naturally be different. This was the time for them to become famous. Thinking of this, those doctors didn't care that it was late at night and went to the Yu residence. They said that they were visiting, but they were actually going for Madame Ling. In the 100 Herbs building, Bailey Bowen was thinking. In fact, he couldn't guess Madame Ling's identity. In this mainland, he had never heard of a Madame Ling with superb medical skills. However, to be able to make Elder Yang admit defeat, this person was indeed capable. Building master, building master. The steward hurriedly ran in and shouted outside, but didn't dare to push the door open. Come in, Bailey Bowen said from inside. Steward Lin pushed the door open and came in. He walked quickly to Bailey Bowen. Building master, there are many people gathered in front of the Yu residence, saying that they want to see Madame Ling's medical skills. The Yu residence closed the door, and those people are now arguing outside the Yu residence. Steward Lin reported. Because the pavilion head had instructed him to keep an eye on the movements of the Yu clan, he would immediately come and report if there was any movement over there. Hearing this, Bailey Bowen laughed softly. This is very normal. Who told Elder Yang to admit defeat to Madame Ling when he shouted 3 times in front of the Yu residence? Now that this trouble has arisen, what about Elder Yang? There's no movement? Elder Yang has already rushed over after learning of the matter. As for the specifics, his subordinates have yet to report back. As Steward Lin spoke, he glanced at his master and couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart as he asked, Tower Master, who exactly is that Madame Ling? Is his medical skills really better than Elder Yang's? Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. You may leave. He waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. Then do we still need to keep an eye on the Yu clan? Steward Lin asked again. Bailey Bowen thought for a moment and said, "Keep an eye on him." Although he knew that Madame Ling would not care about this matter, he wanted to know how she would deal with it now that things had gotten out of hand. "Yes," Steward Lin responded and then left. On the other hand, in the Yu mansion, Yu Chengda was apologetic after hearing about the situation outside. "Madame Ling, don't worry. I won't let those people come in and disturb you. I've already sent them away. It doesn't matter. We were planning to leave tomorrow anyway," Fengjiu said casually while eating the pastries. Chapter 35:30. Fengjiu shook his head. "No, we still have matters to attend to, so we won't be staying here for long. As for your father, he just needs to recuperate." Patriarch Yu sat there with his eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Xin Yuan Mo's and Fengjiu's eyes flashed as they sized him up. "Patriarch Yu, is there anything else?" Xin Yuan Mo's asked. His deep voice contained the pressure of a superior, which naturally made people's hearts tighten. Patriarch Yu instinctively raised his head to look at the two of them. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Master Ling, Madame Ling, you haven't known me for long, but I've already told you about the situation in my family. Ever since my father was poisoned, there have been constant assassinations. Actually, this is not without reason." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose picked up his teacup and took a sip. He didn't say anything. Feng Jiu propped his chin with one hand and asked, and then, Patriarch Yu stood up and said, "Please wait for a moment." Then he turned and walked out. In the courtyard, the two of them looked at each other. Xin Yuan Mose said, "It's probably something tricky." Feng Jiu smiled. "That depends on whose hands it is." They could guess that the Yu family had some treasure that had been targeted. Now, Yu Chengda probably wanted to hand it over to them. Otherwise, why would he mention this to them? Not long after, Yu Chengda returned. He took out a box from his space and opened it. He took out a bronze mirror that was shaped like the 8 trigrams. The bronze mirror was engraved with complicated ancient characters, and there was a picture of the sun and moon on the side. "This is it. I don't know who those people are, but I do know that they are here for the sun-moon Bawam mirror, which has been passed down in my family for generations." He handed the item to Xin Yuan Mose and said, "I have studied this item for a long time, but I could not find any use for it. Because of my family's ancestral teachings, the people of the Yu family are not allowed to use blood to bind this item, so it has always been left like this. Until a few months ago, on the 15th night of the lunar month, the moonlight from the starry sky shone into my home and resonated with this mirror. From then on, something happened to the people in my residence. Master Ling, Madame Ling, I know it's a little immoral to give this troublesome thing to you, but our Yu family really can't keep this thing, and because we don't know what it could be used for, we don't dare to let it fall into the wrong hands. So, Da Xin Yuan Mose studied the sun-moon Baba mirror for a while before handing it to Feng Jiu. Take a look." Feng Jiu took it and looked at it. Other than the complicated ancient characters engraved on it, there was only the picture of the sun and moon. It looked inconspicuous, and he really didn't know what it could be used for. "This is an item passed down in your family, but you don't know what it can be used for." Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and looked at him, feeling that it was a little strange. "It is indeed good. Not only do I not know, but even my father doesn't know because this is something my grandfather left behind. No one knows where it came from, but it has always been hung in the residence as a mirror to ward off evil spirits." Yu Chengda said. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. He took the item and looked at it, saying, "Are you sure you want to give this to us? This is an item passed down in your family." Chapter 35:31. Feng Jiu glanced at the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand. Her eyes flickered. She felt her palm heating up as she held the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand. She said, "All right, I'll keep this. You just need to spread the news and let those people know that this mirror is in my hands." Yu Chengda stood up and cupped his hands at them. "Thank you, Master Ling, Madame Ling." He thought that with their strength, they shouldn't be afraid of those people. "Then I'll go back first. You two should rest early." He turned around and left as he spoke. After he left, Feng Jiu held the sun-moon 8 trigrams mirror and said to Xin Yuan Mose, "This mirror is a little strange. My palm feels a little hot when I hold it." Xin Yuan Mose said. Then try dripping your blood on it to make it recognize you as its master. See if it's a magic tool. Okay. She nodded and squeezed out a drop of blood from her fingertip. However, when she saw that the drop of blood didn't seep into the 8 trigrams mirror, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. This thing shouldn't be a magic tool, right? Why can't I drip my blood on it and make it recognize me as its master? Xin Yuan Mose took it and looked at it. Indeed, the blood did not seep into it. He studied it for a while and did not find anything special about the 8 trigrams mirror. He said, then keep it for now. We'll slowly study it in the future. Okay. She put the 8 trigrams mirror into her space as she spoke. She looked at the sky and said, let's rest here tonight. We'll leave at dawn tomorrow. After making the decision, the two of them returned to their rooms to rest. Meanwhile, outside the residence, the crowd gradually dispersed because Elder Yang rushed over to chase them away. Elder Yang felt apologetic that his words during the day had attracted those people. He entered the U residence. He originally wanted to go to the woman's place, but after some thought, he did not. He went to the main hall and saw Patriarch Yu. Does Madame Ling know about the commotion outside? Elder Yang asked with an uneasy expression. She knows. Patriarch Yu replied with a smile. Then, Elder Yang wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. Seeing this, Patriarch Yu smiled and said, Elder Yang, there's no need to worry. The people outside didn't cause any trouble from Madame Ling. She didn't pay attention to them and went to bed early. Hearing this, Elder Yang let out a sigh of relief. That's good. He stood up and said, if that's the case, then I'll take my leave. I'll come back tomorrow morning to look for Madame Ling then. Without waiting for Patriarch Yu to say anything, he turned around and walked out. Yu Jiazhong opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He just sighed softly, watched him leave, and then turned to go inside. The next morning, when the sky was still dark, Xin Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu left quietly. They did not even alert the people in the U residence. Because Patriarch Yu knew that they were leaving, he came over early in the morning to see if they had woken up. He wanted to invite them to have breakfast before leaving, but he didn't expect that when he arrived at the courtyard, they were already gone. When Elder Yang arrived at the U residence, it was already the end of the morning. The moment he entered the main hall of the U residence, he asked, why did I hear rumors outside that Madame Ling has left? You even gave your family's heirloom to her. Patriarch Yu was drinking tea in the main seat and discussing some matters with a few people in the residence. When he heard this, he had the people in the residence leave first. He stood up and greeted Elder Yang with a smile. Elder Yang, good morning. Please sit. Chapter 35-32. Patriarch Yu smiled and walked forward. Yes, they left. I only found out they left when I went over this morning. Elder Yang frowned and fell silent. After a long while, he asked, did they say where they were going, or when they will be back? This. Patriarch Yu paused and smiled. They didn't say. Rumor has it that you gave that thing to them. Is that true? Elder Yang narrowed his eyes and asked. That's right. Patriarch Yu nodded. I gave it to them last night. After all, that thing will only bring trouble to our Yu family. However, it's in the hands of Master Ling and Madame Ling. It won't be easy for ordinary people to take it. So, after getting Madame Ling's permission, I gave it to her. Elder Yang fell silent for a while and said, if they come in the future, remember to inform me. Then, he left a communication jade token to Patriarch Yu. Patriarch Yu was slightly surprised when he received the token from Elder Yang, but he still nodded. Okay, I understand. On the other side, Xin Yuan Mose and Feng Jiu were still in the city after leaving the Yu family. However, they weren't with Patriarch Yu in the east of the city. Instead, they were strolling in the west of the city. On the second floor of the restaurant, the two of them were drinking and eating. They watched the people coming and going on the street and the hawkers on both sides of the street shouting. This kind of ordinary and comfortable life was very relaxing. What do you plan to do if Wang Xuexin meets them? Feng Jiu propped his chin with one hand and asked Xin Yuan Mose. Cripple her. Xin Yuan Mose said calmly. He spun the wine cup in his hand, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. She's your junior sister. How can you do that? Feng Jiu looked at him with interest. It's because of this that I spared her life. Otherwise, he would make anyone who touches reverse scale suffer a fate worse than death. Hearing this, Feng Zhou curled his lips and took a sip of wine. He didn't say anything and just looked at the street outside while listening to the discussions of the diners in the restaurant. Did you hear? The old man of the Yu family woke up. It said that he was poisoned by someone. Elder Yang couldn't find the poison, and it was a woman called Madame Ling who saved him. In order to repay her, Patriarch Yu gave his family's heirloom to her. News of this spread early this morning. Not only that, it said that Madame Ling's medical skills are better than Elder Yang's. Since last night, and I heard that Madame Ling also left. She probably left from the back door. There are many people watching at the front door. This Madame Ling is quite amazing. She saved the Yu family's old master the moment she made a move. In the past, she was unknown, but because of this, she was able to suppress Elder Yang. Now, her reputation has spread throughout the city. She even obtained the Yu family's heirloom. Did you know? Chapter 35-33. Listening to the discussions in the building, Feng Zhou lazily swirled her wine glass and leaned against the window as if she had no bones. She listened to the gossip while enjoying this moment of leisure. Suddenly, she felt someone's gaze fall on her face. She turned around and looked in the direction of that feeling. She saw a man coming up from downstairs, his gaze fixed on her. This person was the man they had shaken off that day. Xianyuan Mose's indifferent black eyes glanced at that person. His brows furrowed imperceptibly. Seeing that he kept staring at Feng Zhou, he could not help but feel displeased. A wave of pressure naturally came out of his body and attacked that person. That person stood at the stairs and looked at Feng Zhou. Suddenly, he felt a strong pressure coming at him. That pressure made him unable to avoid it, and his legs went weak. His whole body rolled down the stairs. "Ah!" he cried out in a low voice. His body fell down without any strength. The waiter behind him could not dodge in time and was also knocked down. Only a series of bangs could be heard in the restaurant. Many people looked over, and some even laughed out loud. Did this person drink too much? He can't even stand properly when walking down the stairs. How useless. He can even fall down when walking down the stairs. I've never seen such a big person fall down when walking down the stairs. Feng Zhou looked at Xianyuan Mose and said with a smile, "Why did you push him down? He didn't do anything to us. Also, it looks like he didn't follow us here. It was just a coincidence." "I don't like him," Xianyuan Mose said indifferently. He took a sip of wine and asked, "Do you want to buy something later? I'll go with you." "That's good too. We'll buy some food and necessities and take a look around," Feng Zhou said. The two of them called for the waiter to settle the bill and got up to go downstairs. Downstairs, the man who couldn't catch his breath for a long time still couldn't stand up. His face was pale, and his heart was beating in shock. He looked at the two people walking down the stairs hand in hand, and his eyes couldn't help but move slightly. So strong. That man had only used his aura to make him unable to stand. Not to mention, at this moment, when his gaze swept over him, a cold aura immediately surged up from the bottom of his feet to the bottom of his heart. Seeing the two of them walk past him and walk out, he paused for a moment, gritted his teeth, and followed them. Feeling that the man behind him was following them again, Xianyuan Mose's face darkened. Until Feng Zhou patted his hand, the coldness in his eyes did not dissipate. Feng Zhou was a little surprised. She thought that the man would not follow them after being forced down the stairs by the coercion. After all, those who were sensible knew that their strength was far above his if they could use coercion to make him unable to stand. Since that was the case, why did he follow them without fear of death? It would be one thing if she didn't disguise herself and still appeared in front of others with her stunning appearance. Perhaps she could even think that the other party had taken a fancy to her appearance. However, she was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. Naturally, she couldn't be here for this. Since she wasn't here for this, then what was she here for? Chapter 35-34. The man did not expect her to stop and turn around to ask him a question. He was stunned for a moment. "Why are you following us?" Feng Zhou asked again. At this moment, the man regained his senses. He looked at her, and his gaze fell on her hand. You know ancient medicine. Moreover, the Madam Ling that everyone is talking about today should be you, right? Hearing this, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. This was not a question, but an affirmation. But, ancient medicine? She looked at the man and asked, and then, I want to ask you to help save someone. The man said this and hurriedly added, I will pay the reward. Not interested. Fengjiu smiled. She held Xianyuan Mo's hand and walked forward. It was true that she knew medicine, but she had always saved people based on her mood. She would not save anyone she met. Moreover, she did not even know who the person in front of her was. Why should she help him save someone? The two of them walked forward. The person behind them paused for a moment and followed. However, he did not get too close. After all, the bearded man's aura was very intimidating. However, as he followed behind, he saw that the bearded man, who did not speak much, looked at the woman in green. His gaze was gentle and affectionate. As the two of them walked, because the street was very crowded, he used his body to protect the woman from being bumped into. The woman wanted to eat snacks from the street stalls, so he squeezed forward to buy for her. The woman bought all the things she bought, and he helped to put them all into the space. He followed along and saw the man's considerate actions. He could not help but feel strange and confused. That man was obviously a very powerful person. How could a person like him do such a thing for a woman? In the evening, when the sky was dark, Xianyuan Moses Fengjiu returned to the inn to rest. The man also followed her into the inn. In the middle of the night, there was a sudden rumbling sound that shocked almost everyone in the city. Many people put on their clothes and went out to check. What happened? Where did the sound come from? Did something explode? Or did the mountain collapse? Why was the sound so loud? Something happened at the Yu family. The Yu family is on fire. They're surrounded by hundreds of people in black. The various aristocratic families in the city do not dare to interfere. In the room, Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu heard this and could not help but look at each other. Could it be those people who ambushed them on the road? Now that the item is in our hands, why are they still targeting the Yu family? They probably do not believe that the family heirloom and think it is a scam. Xianyuan Mose B. Let's go take a look, Xianyuan Mose said. He put his hand around her waist and jumped out of the window with her. The man guarding outside seemed to have sensed something. He quickly rushed out of the inn. Seeing the two figures in the night sky, he quickly followed. Chapter 35:35. Over 100 black-clothed men with sharp swords surrounded the Yu residence. They stood on top of the wall and stared at the Yu family members who were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The black-clothed man in the lead stared at Yu, Chengda below, and narrowed his vicious eyes. Yu Chengda, there's a limit to my patience. Hand over the item if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, so what if I wash your Yu family in blood today? His vicious voice was filled with vicious killing intent, causing the Yu family members to be terrified. The people who were hiding and watching also felt their hearts tremble. How did the Yu family offend such a murderous god? What was the Yu family's heirloom? How could it cause these people to be so aggressive? Yu Chengda clenched his fists tightly and glared at the black-clothed man above. He raised his voice and said, I already said that I gave that item to someone else as a thank you gift. It's not in the hands of my Yu family members. Huh? Who would believe your nonsense? The Yin-Yang 8 trigrams mirror is a treasure passed down from your ancestors for 3 generations. How could you give it away so easily? Even if you want to lie, you should find a more believable one. The black-clothed man sneered, obviously not believing his words. Elder Yang, who had rushed over after hearing the news, saw the Yu family surrounded by over 100 black-clothed men. He couldn't help but frown and was about to step out. However, he was stopped by someone after taking a few steps. Elder Yang, what are you planning to do? Bailey Bowen pulled him to a corner. These people are full of killing intent. I'm afraid they will really destroy the Yu family. Although I don't know who these people are, I still have some reputation. I'll go out and say something. Maybe I can help them. As Elder Yang spoke, he broke free from Bailey Bowen's hand and walked out. Elder Yang, Elder Yang, Bailey Bowen shouted, but he saw that the old man didn't listen to him at all. Bailey Bowen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he followed him out. This elder Yang and his Bailey family were old friends. Even if he couldn't save the Yu family members and couldn't care about the Yu family's matters, he could still protect Elder Yang in times of danger. Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing blood. Since you're not going to hand it over, then don't blame me for killing everyone in your Yu residence one by one in front of you. As the black-robed man spoke, he raised his hand. Just as he was about to give the order, he heard an old but vigorous voice. Wait. The black-robed man narrowed his eyes and turned his head. Looking at the old man walking over, he frowned under the mask. Old man, you want to meddle in other people's business? As he spoke, the black-robed man twirled the long sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed through the night. This old man just came out to say a few words. As Elder Yang spoke, he stared at the person without any fear. He continued, My surname is Yang, and I'm a publicly acknowledged alchemy saint. I'm ashamed to say that I lost to a young woman yesterday. I truly am a disgrace to the title of alchemy saint. Hearing the old man sighing and feeling ashamed, the black-robed man's killing intent became even stronger. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Get lost. If you don't scram, don't blame me for taking your life. Chapter 35-36. As Elder Yang spoke, he looked at the black-robed man and said, Even if you kill them all, they won't be able to take out what you want. Since that's the case, why stain yourself with blood? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can see that no one in the Yu family is a match for you. Don't you think it's beneath your dignity to kill some people who aren't a match for you? Hearing Elder Yang's words, the corner of Bailey Bowen's mouth twitched. What was Elder Yang thinking by talking about his identity to these murderers? I agree with that. A casual voice sounded, causing everyone to be startled, especially the Yu family members, Elder Yang, and Bailey Bowen who had heard this voice. They were even more astonished. Didn't they already leave? Why were they still here? After the pleasant surprise, Patriarchy was deeply worried. There were over 100 people here, and the strength of these people was obviously different from the people who ambushed them on the way here. Just the 12 people beside the black-robed man. Each of them had unfathomable strength. With so many people, would Master Ling and Madam Ling have a chance of winning? Elder Yang looked towards the direction of the voice and saw two figures standing on a roof not far away. They were very clear under the night sky. The woman was dressed in cyan clothes. She had an ordinary face and a lazy temperament. With a single glance, one could see her existence. Behind her was a man in black clothes. The man had a large beard, and his face could not be seen clearly. The only thing that could be seen was that his aura was very cold. Madam Ling, didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Elder Yang was also very surprised when he saw her. There were over 100 people here waiting for her to take the family heirloom, but she actually came back? Shouldn't a normal person leave after hearing the news? Why was this person so different from normal people? The black-robed man stared at the two people who suddenly appeared. With just a glance, he narrowed his eyes and asked, Madam Ling, the woman that Yuqingda spoke of? Feng Jiao didn't even look at the black-robed man. He just smiled at Elder Yang and said, We were originally strolling around the western part of the city and planned to leave tomorrow. I didn't expect that someone would come to the Yu family to ask for the treasure that is already in my hands. As she spoke, she flipped her palm, and an 8 trigrams mirror appeared in her hand. She tossed it into the air, and the 8 trigrams mirror returned to her hand. Are you looking for this thing? At this moment, the Yu clan's patriarch's breath was stuck in his throat. Was Madam Ling tired of living? He actually took out the mirror and played with it in front of them. He was simply courting death. The black-robed man stared at the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand. The sun, moon, and the shape of the 8 trigrams mirror were very clear in the night. With just a glance, he knew that it was the 8 trigrams mirror he was looking for. He glanced at Yuqingda and snorted coldly. I didn't expect that you would be willing to give such a treasure to a woman of unknown origin. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the black-robed men surrounding the Yu clan instantly changed directions. With a flash, they had already surrounded the two people standing on the roof not far away. Chapter 35-37. You're talking about those fleas that popped out a while ago. Feng Jiao looked at the 8 trigrams mirror. He really didn't know what this thing was for. Fleas? Not only did the black-robed man emit killing intent, but the hundreds of black-robed men also clenched their swords tightly. Their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent and cold anger as they stared at the green-robed woman. She actually dared to call them fleas? She really didn't know the meaning of death. Sword chi shot out from the blades of their swords. The crowd below couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they observed a moment of silence for the two. Of all the people she could have provoked, why did she have to provoke these fiends? This time, even if she didn't die, she would lose a layer of skin. Looking at the incoming sword chi, Feng Jiu smiled and said to Xianyuan Mo's husband, "Since we're leaving tomorrow, why don't we do something big tonight?" Do something big? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel speechless. Especially Elder Yang and House Master Bailey. The corners of their mouths twitched. Those who didn't know would think that the two of them came from a bandit's nest. Xianyuan Mose looked at her dotingly and replied, "Okay." As soon as his voice fell, his figure had already swept out. With a turn of his body, a powerful aura swept out, and those black-clothed men who were holding swords and wanted to kill people fell down one by one before they could even draw their swords. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. In the darkness of the night, those black-clothed men fell down without any strength to fight back. The powerful pressure and the overwhelming killing intent made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble violently. House Master Bailey was shocked. Almost instinctively, he pulled Elder Yang and quickly retreated 100 meters away. The killing intent and aura emitted from the bearded man was too terrifying. He almost couldn't breathe at that moment. Moreover, this was under the circumstance that the aura and killing intent weren't directed at him. He really didn't dare to imagine what kind of death aura it would be if the aura and killing intent were directed at him. When he thought of this, he felt his hair stand on end. A chill ran up from the bottom of his feet to his heart. Shock and fear that he hadn't felt in a long time filled his heart, to the point that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I want to take down the big one. Feng Jiu's voice carried a trace of excitement. She turned her hand and put away the Baghuan mirror. With a tap of her foot, she held a dagger in a reverse grip and attacked the masked black-robed man with a speed that was too fast for one to cover their ears. The black-robed man watched in horror as the bearded man in black robes killed dozens of his subordinates in one move. Seeing the overwhelming killing intent rolling towards him, the black-robed man was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a chill coming towards him. Instinctively, he quickly dodged, but unexpectedly, his shoulder was still ruthlessly slashed by a knife. Swish! Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the green-clothed woman. She was holding a dagger in a reverse grip, and there was a smile on her ordinary face. Her slightly curled lips revealed a hint of mockery and strangeness, causing his heart to turn cold. Chapter 35-38. Why didn't you dodge? Aren't you quite good at shouting? Feng Jiu toyed with the dagger in his hand. He looked at the deep wound on the man's shoulder and curled his lips into a smile. Down below, Home Master Bailey narrowed his eyes. He had thought that Madame Ling was only skilled in medicine. He did not expect her speed to be so incredible as well. Even he could not see the direction of her attack at that speed. The wound stung and the night wind blew, chilling him to the bone. The black-robed man stared at the green-robed woman in front of him and asked in a gloomy voice, "Who are you people? Since when was there such a strong cultivator in this place?" He didn't even know how strong this person was. What does it matter who I am? The thing you want is in my hands, isn't it? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? I'm waiting for you to try and see if you have the ability to hurt me. As Feng Jiu spoke, his figure moved and the green-robed figure swept out again. The sharp dagger slashed through the night sky and flashed with a cold light. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. This scream caused the hearts of the black-robed men who were still alive in Xianyuan Moses' hands to tremble. They looked in the direction of the sound and felt a chill on their necks. In the next moment, their eyes widened and they fell to the ground. Xianyuan Mose glanced at the bodies on the ground in disgust. His deep black eyes looked at the remaining 12 black-robed men. These 12 people were more powerful than the rest. Hence, when he had taken the lives of the black-robed men, they had nimbly avoided the disaster. However, none of them would be able to leave this place alive tonight. When the 12 men saw that the bearded man had his eyes on them, they could not help but shiver. They immediately retreated towards their master. However, as soon as they turned around, the bearded man caught up to them. "Master, let's go," one of them shouted, not daring to continue fighting, because this wasn't a battle between the two sides at all. Instead, one side was reaping lives like an Azura. The masked man's shoulder was pierced by Fengjiu, and he felt all the strength in his body disappear. He couldn't help but fall to the ground from midair. At the same time, he saw the woman in green falling from midair. He couldn't help but grit his teeth, and with a flick of his sleeve, a teleportation scroll appeared in his palm. Before he could open it, the hand holding the teleportation scroll was kicked. The hand that was kicked pulled at the wound on his arm, and the pain caused his breath to dissipate. However, before he could stand up, a kick came at his face, and the mask on his face was kicked away. His whole body also fell to the ground in a sorry state. Clang! The mask fell to the ground, revealing his face hidden behind it. Fengjiu took a look and saw that the man's face was completely destroyed, as if he had been burned by fire. It was very hideous. She glanced at him and then looked away. Her eyes met his. "Speak. What's the secret behind this 8 trigrams mirror?" With a flick of her hand, the 8 trigrams mirror appeared in her hand again. Chapter 35-39. Fengjiu looked at him quietly, a faint light flashing across her cold eyes. Her languid voice rang out unhurriedly. "You're not going to speak? That's fine. I have many ways to make you speak. It just depends on whether you can take it or not." With that, she slashed the blade in her hand, and another bloody wound appeared on his body. She looked at him and said, "You can think about it slowly, but don't think about escaping. Once you've fallen into my hands, you won't be able to escape." Another gust of wind flashed past, and this time, the tendons in his left leg were severed. The black-robed man gritted his teeth and groaned. He clenched his fists tightly, and a pair of bloodthirsty and ruthless eyes stared at Fengjiu like a wolf. Fengjiu curled her lips, raised the dagger in her hand, and slashed again. She said slowly, "I believe that a person like you will not commit suicide. Since you can't escape, if you want to die more comfortably, you can only obediently tell me what I want to know." 100 meters away, Elder Yang and House Master Bailey watched as she slashed the man's body again and again without batting an eyelid. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Although they knew that the man was also an evil person whose hands were stained with blood, seeing a woman like this really made them shiver. On the other side, after Xin Yuan Mose had dealt with the 12 people, he looked at the scattered corpses and said to Yu Qingde, "Get someone to collect the things on the ground." Yu Qingde knew what he meant, so he called 2 middle-aged men forward and got them to collect the valuables on the corpses and hand them over to Xin Yuan Mose. Under his gaze, no one dared to covet those things. After all, this Master Ling was too powerful, and they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Naturally, they did not dare to have any thoughts about him. Xin Yuan Mose swept his eyes over the corpses with his hands behind his back. For someone of his strength, these people were like ants in front of him. He could kill them with a light touch, and it would not take much effort to kill them. "Master Ling, this was found on the bodies of the black-robed men. Please take a look." Yu Qingde took the item and walked forward, handing it to him with both hands. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at it, then took the interspatial ring. He scanned the inside of the interspatial ring with his divine sense, then stored the ring in his interspatial ring. At the same time, he instructed Changde, "Take care of the corpse on the ground." Yes. Yu Qingde replied, and hurriedly asked the people in the residence to clean up. He walked over to Fengjiu and saw that the person on the ground was already on the verge of death. Xin Yuan Mose walked over to Fengjiu's side, raised his hand, and formed a soundproof barrier. "Almost," Xin Yuan Mose said. "Yes, I think it's about time." Fengjiu nodded. She stepped forward and stepped on the man. The man on the ground opened his mouth and screamed. At the same time, she flicked a pill into his throat. This is the loot. Xianyuan Mose handed the space ring to her. Feng Jiu smiled and kept it, saying, later, we'll find someone to pawn it. Pawn all of these things. Okay. The two of them talked for a while. Then Feng Jiu looked at the man on the ground and asked softly, what's the use of the 8 trigrams mirror? What are you going to do with it? Chapter 3540. Seeing this, Feng Jiu was a little surprised. This person's willpower was quite strong. She watched as blood flowed out from his mouth until his body finally stopped moving. Before he could even take a breath, he died. She couldn't help but sigh softly. What a stubborn person. This world was so cruel. The opponents he met today were above him in terms of strength. If the two of them did not appear, the Yu family would be the ones to be bathed in blood tonight. Seeing that the person had severed his own meridians and died, Xianyuan Mose calmly retracted his gaze and looked at the people around him. Feng Jiu took all the things on the other person's body, then said to Xianyuan Mose, let's go. With that, she raised her hand to disperse the soundproof barrier. Holding Xianyuan Mose's hand, she raised her chi and headed into the night. Wait! Elder Yang recovered his senses and hurriedly shouted. However, he saw the two figures quickly disappear into the night. No one knew where they went. Yu Qingde looked in the direction they left in, his heart filled with gratitude. He ordered people to clean up the scene, then cupped his hands in salute to Elder Yang and turned to enter the residence. Tomorrow morning, get someone to repair the main gate. Yu Qingde instructed and walked inside to his father's courtyard. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at his father's courtyard, he saw the two people who had already left sitting in the courtyard and drinking tea. Ling, Master Ling, Madam Ling, why are you? He thought they had left, but did not expect them to come back. We want to talk to your father, Feng Jiu said. At first, they thought it was something like a Dharma artifact. However, seeing that the person was unwilling to give up until his death, it was obviously not that simple. Now that the person was dead, and they had no clue about the 8 trigrams mirror, they could only see if there were any useful clues from Elder Yu's mouth. Hearing their words, Yu Qingde understood what they meant, so he nodded. All right. However, although my father is awake, his body has been weak for a long time. After waking up, he has been sleeping most of the time. Why don't the two of you rest here tonight and ask my father tomorrow morning? Otherwise, I'm worried that his body won't be able to take it. After all, what happened tonight? Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose said, tomorrow then. However, the reason we came back here after leaving is because we don't want to be disturbed. Yes, I know. I'll pass it on, he said hurriedly. Thus, the two of them stayed here for another night, while the members of the Yu clan were busy. After all, the incident tonight had destroyed half of the Yu clan's main gate, so it was impossible for the people in the residence to rest. And at the back door of the Yu clan, there was a figure standing guard. When the Yu clan's guards discovered this, they reported it to the Yu clan head. The Yu clan head didn't have time to rest and went to the back door to take a look. Who are you? What are you doing here? Yu Qingde looked at the man and asked. I'm waiting for Madam Ling and the others, the man said. Hearing this, Yu Qingde was slightly startled and sized him up. They've already left. Why are you still guarding here? I saw them go in, the man said. Hearing this, Yu Qingde smiled and didn't say anything else. He just turned around and walked inside. Seeing this, the man hesitated, then said, Yu clan head, please wait. Chapter 3541. I wanted to ask for medical treatment, but Madam Ling refused to do it. So I want to ask, how did your father get Madam Ling to agree to save his life? He had also mentioned a reward, but obviously they didn't value it. Hearing this, Yu Gud was startled and said, I don't know either, but Madam Ling is a sentimental person. If you want to seek medical treatment, why don't you appeal to her emotions? According to his observation and the way she looked at people, Madam Ling was a sentimental person. Otherwise, she would not have rushed back after knowing that the Yu family was in trouble. The Yu family was fortunate to have met people like this couple. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster that would have wiped out the entire family. After this incident, they could be considered to have overcome a great calamity. In the future, even if there were people coming for the 8 trigrams mirror, they would not come for the Yu family. appeal to her emotions? The man stood there in a daze, as if he was thinking about something. Yu Qingda glanced at him and said, "But if you want to seek medical treatment, why don't you ask Elder Yang? His medical skills are also very high. He can't cure her." The man shook his head. "Who did you seek medical treatment for?" Yu Qingda asked again. The man paused for a moment before saying, "My fiancée. Her hair is white before she is old. She is so thin that she is on the verge of death. All the doctors say that she will not live past this year. I have seen Madame Ling's acupuncture technique. It is an ancient medical technique. Perhaps only she can save my fiancée." As Yu Qingda listened, he walked inside. He did not want to meddle in other people's business, but when he saw the man's expression when talking about his fiancée, he could not help but sigh and walk to another courtyard. Outside the courtyard, he saw that the lights in the room were still on. He walked in and called out, "Madame Ling, are you still awake?" Feng Jiu and Xianyuan Mose were talking in the room. When they heard the sound outside, Feng Jiu got up and walked outside. He opened the door and looked at Yu Qingda, asking, "What's the matter?" "Madame Ling, there's a man guarding the back door. He said that he followed you here. He said that he's here to seek medical treatment for his fiancée. He said that his fiancée's hair is white and she won't live past this year. He wants to ask for your help." Hearing this, Feng Jiu leaned against the door and chuckled. "Patriarch Yu is so kind." Yu Qingda smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just helping him pass on a few words. As for what Madame Ling will do, I dare not say anything to stop her. However, I know that Madame Ling is a righteous person. Otherwise, she would not have come back tonight to save my Yu family from danger. Madame Ling and Master Ling's great kindness, my Yu family will never dare to forget." "All right." Feng Jiu waved his hand and said, "Go and call that person in." Hearing this, Yu Qingda smiled and said, "Yes." Then he turned and walked out. Yu Qingda personally went outside and gave him a few more reminders before leading the astonished man to the backyard. Xianyuan Mose came to Feng Jiu's side and asked, "Are you planning to treat her?" "Let's see. I'm more curious as to why this person would seek medical treatment for his fiancée." She smiled and held his hand, saying, "Go and sleep first. You don't have to wait for me." "No, I'll accompany you," Xianyuan Mose said, and went to sit in the middle of the courtyard. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled helplessly and went to sit beside him, saying, "Why don't we have the kitchen prepare a few dishes to go with the wine?" Chapter 35:42. After Yu Qingda brought him in, he didn't stay behind and left the courtyard. The man looked at the two people inside and walked in. Song Yiping greets Master Ling and Madame Ling. He cupped his hands and bowed, not daring to be impudent. After all, not only did he personally witness the ruthlessness of the two people when they killed, but he was also personally knocked down the stairs by Master Ling's aura. "Tell me, who are you helping to treat? Where's this person?" Feng Jiu supported his chin with one hand and looked at the man who called himself Song Yiping. "My fiancée, Yi Ling. She contracted a strange illness in October last year, and her hair turned white overnight. She seems to have lost her soul and doesn't eat or drink. Every night, she wanders around and comes back in the morning. Her body is getting thinner day by day, and she's lying on the bed on the verge of death." As he spoke, he knelt down in front of the two of them. "I know that the medical skills of the ancient doctors are superb. Madame Ling, please help me. Even if you want my life, I won't frown." As he spoke, a servant girl brought in wine and dishes and placed them on the table. Xianyuan Mose poured the wine and drank it. He picked up a mouthful of food and didn't pay much attention to Song Yiping's words. He left everything to Feng Jiu to handle. Whether she saved her or not, he would support her. Hearing his words, Feng Jiu's hand that was supporting his chin moved slightly. His clear eyes flashed as he asked, "Where is she?" The Yi family is a hidden family, so Yi Ling is currently in the Yi family's Qianling Mountain. As he spoke, he anxiously added, "I have a transportation array connected to the Yi family. As long as Madame Ling agrees, it won't take half an instant's time, even if we use the transportation array from here. Tomorrow. I'll go with you tomorrow." Feng Jiu glanced at him. "After I take a look, if I can treat her, the remuneration won't be cheap. As long as you can save her, Madame Ling can ask for anything." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. You're really willing. Didn't you say that her hair has turned white? Why? You don't mind? Ling and I grew up together. Looks aren't something I'm interested in. Song Yiping said. I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. All right, get up. See you tomorrow at the back of the mountain. As Feng Jiu spoke, he waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. Yes, thank you, Master Ling, Madam Ling. He stood up, cupped his fists, and thanked them. Only then did he leave excitedly. The night was dark, and the two of them were not sleepy. They sat in the courtyard and chatted as they ate and drank. When they felt a little sleepy, they went back to their rooms to take a nap. The two of them slept until around 7 in the morning before getting up. After washing up, they went to Old Man Yu's courtyard. Patriarch Yu was already waiting there. Master Ling, Madam Ling, you're here. My father has woken up and wants to see you, Yu Qingde said with a smile as he stepped forward. The two nodded and entered the room with Yu Qingde. The old man, sitting on the bed, squinted his eyes. When he heard the sound of them entering, he opened his eyes and looked at them. Father, this is Master Ling and Madam Ling. They saved your life and our Yu family's lives, Yu Qingde said from the side. Chapter 35:43. Old Master Yu, you don't have to do this. Feng Jiu raised his hand and said, We came today to ask about the origin and use of the 8 trigrams mirror. How much do you know? Hearing this, Old Master Yu said, Actually, I know very little about this 8 trigrams mirror. When my father gave it to me, he only told me to keep it well and that the Yu family disciples are not allowed to drip blood on it to claim ownership. But I've tried. This 8 trigrams mirror can't claim ownership without dripping blood on it. Feng Jiu said, It can't claim ownership without dripping blood on it? Old Master Yu was startled. That's impossible. That's what my father told me. It can definitely claim ownership by dripping blood on it. But I really don't know what's going on. Catching his breath, Old Master Yu said, Maybe my father didn't say it clearly before he passed away. But I remember that he said something. What? Xianyuan Mose asked. Old Master Yu thought for a while and said, He said that this 8 trigrams mirror is a key that can open the void realm. When I wanted to ask for more details, he was already to his side and said, But after so many years, I still don't know what the void realm is. I don't even know where it is. I didn't dare to let anyone know that I had this 8 trigrams mirror, so I kept it as 8 trigrams mirror to ward off evil spirits. Until that time, when this 8 trigrams mirror resonated with the moonlight and reflected a dazzling light, people started to say that our Yu family had a treasure. And it was also from then on that things started to happen in our Yu family. The two of them listened in the room as he talked about what he knew. Actually, there wasn't much information that they could get. Not long after, the two of them bid farewell to them. Yu Qingde sent them out and said, Master Ling, Madam Ling, if you have the chance to come again in the future, please come back to the Yu family as guests. Feng Jiu smiled and said, Okay. Yu Qingde sent them to the mountain behind the Yu residence. Seeing that the man called Song Yiping was already waiting there, he clasped his hands and said, Take care. Take care. Feng Jiu returned the greeting and walked forward with Xianyuan Mose. Yu Qingde looked at them and saw the man take out a teleportation scroll. In the next moment, a ray of light flashed, and the three of them disappeared into thin air. When Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu stood still, they felt that the scenery in front of them had changed. From the back mountain of the Yu residence, they were now in a dense forest filled with towering trees. This is the periphery of Qianling Mountain. After passing through, we will enter the territory of the Yi clan. There are 8 hidden clans around Qianling Mountain. My clan, the Song clan, is also in the vicinity. Every hidden clan has their own territory on this piece of land. Unless it is necessary to move around, they generally won't cross the territories of other clans. Song Yiping introduced them as he led them forward. The Yi clan is proficient in formations and enchantments. There are also many formations and enchantments protecting their territory. However, I come here often and know how to avoid them. You just need to follow me. Chapter 35:44. There is no such thing as the head of the hidden families. Here, the hidden families do not offend each other and have their own strengths. There is rarely any conflict. Song Yiping said to them, The array area is right in front. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu looked forward. With their cultivation, these arrays and whatnot were child's play in their eyes. There wasn't the slightest bit of difficulty. At the front, Song Yiping carefully led the way. However, after walking for a while and passing through 2 arrays, his brows furrowed even tighter. He muttered, "Strange, why did the arrays change?" Feng Jiu glanced at the array, then held Xianyuan Mose's hand and walked forward. Song Yiping was startled for a moment. When he saw the 2 of them walk forward steadily and leisurely, easily avoiding the array, he immediately followed them. However, his pace wasn't slow, but he still saw that the distance between them was gradually increasing. He couldn't help but quicken his pace to catch up. Who dares to trespass into the Yi family's territory? A loud shout was heard. 4 men darted out from the shadows and blocked Xianyuan Mo's and Feng Jiu's path. They stared at the 2 of them fiercely. "It's me." Song Yiping walked up from behind. He wiped his sweat and looked at the couple. He followed behind and watched them walk leisurely. Who knew that he almost did not catch up with them after turning left and right? Seeing Song Yiping, one of them smiled. "Yiping, why are you here? Why are you here? And these 2 are?" "This is Master Ling, and this is Madam Ling. I invited them to treat Ah Ling," Song Yiping said, and asked, "How is Ah Ling recently? Is her body better? Can she eat?" Hearing this, the 4 men's faces changed. The smiles on their faces disappeared. They moved their lips, as if they did not know what to say and did not speak. Seeing this, Song Yiping's heart trembled and his face paled. Is she not well? His voice trembled and his heart clenched. Seeing him like this, the older man sighed. "Ever since you left last time, Yi Ling's situation has worsened. She used to be able to walk and would go out at night. Later on, she could no longer walk and has been lying in bed. However, from then on, many people in the clan started to have problems. Every night, they would go out and their bodies became worse and worse." Speaking of him, he paused for a moment and continued. "This matter was suppressed by the clan, but for some reason, the other clans still found out about it. Moreover, it was said that strange things were happening one after another in the other clans. In the end, they blamed it on our Yi clan and demanded an explanation from us. The elders of the clan had no choice, so they discussed cremating Yi Ling. They said that she was restrained by evil spirits, and if she wasn't cremated, then strange things would probably happen in the clan." Hearing this, Song Yiping's hands were tightly clenched into fists. His body trembled and his eyes became bloodshot. He asked in a trembling voice, You burned her to death?" He rushed forward and grabbed one of them by the collar, shaking him like a madman. "Are you just going to watch them burn your sister to death like this? You just watched and didn't do anything? Why didn't you send me a message? Why?" Chapter 35:45. When the person beside him saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward. "Yiping, don't be rash. Yi Ling isn't dead yet. She's still alive." Hearing this, Song Yiping was stunned. His hands also paused. "What did you say? Ah Ling isn't burned to death?" No, because the other families want to see her being cremated, so..." Before the man could finish, he was fiercely interrupted. "What cremation? How can you call it cremation if she's not dead?" Song Yiping shouted angrily. Yes, I'm wrong." The man sighed helplessly. "They all want to see, so they chose to burn her tonight at the peak of Qianling Mountain. I won't let them burn Ah Ling. I want to save her. I want to save her," Song Yiping said with red eyes. He wanted to charge forward like a madman, but he was stopped by a few people. "Calm down," the older man shouted. He stared coldly at him and said, "Your Song family didn't stop them from burning Yi Ling to death. Moreover, your father has already proposed to annul the marriage. Your marriage with Yi Ling will be annulled." "No, impossible. I'll only be with her in this life. If they dare to burn her, I'll die with her," he roared angrily, the veins on his hands popping out. Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu were watching from his side. They were a little surprised. They didn't expect things to turn out like this. What evil spirit possessed her? He actually wanted to burn a woman who was still alive? These so-called hidden families must have lost their minds, right? "Yiping, If you act so rashly, not only will you not be able to save Ah Ling, you'll also lose your life." The man who Song Yiping had grabbed by the chest said in a low voice. His sharp gaze landed on Song Yiping. "If you rush in now and alert the other Yi family members, do you believe that you'll be captured and thrown into the dungeon? You won't even be able to see Ah Ling?" The older man saw this and said, "That's right. If you rush in so impulsively, you will only be caught and thrown into the dungeon, so as to prevent you from interfering with tonight's matter. At that time, let alone saving her, even seeing her would be impossible." When Song Yiping heard their words, his body went soft and he fell to the ground. "Then what should we do? Am I supposed to just watch her burn to death with my own eyes? She's still alive. You're her clansmen, her family. Why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you stop it?" The four of them lowered their eyes, not saying a word. It wasn't that they didn't want to stop it. They tried to stop it, but they couldn't. Moreover, they were sent here to guard the Yi family's Leaf Realm and weren't allowed to participate in Yiling's matter. What could they do? They were also helpless. Their seniority wasn't the highest in the family, and they weren't the strongest in the family. Even if they tried to stop it, no one would listen to them. They couldn't stop it at all. However, they didn't expect that the four of them would be sent here to guard the Yi family's Leaf Realm and meet Song Yiping, who had just returned from outside. Fortunately, they were the ones guarding the Leaf Realm. If it were anyone else, Song Yiping would have been either chased away or captured. How could he still receive news about Yiling? Chapter 35-46. His hopeful gaze landed on Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiao as he knelt on the ground. "Master Ling, Madam Ling, please help me. Please help me save Yiling." He knew that if Yiling had any chance of survival, it would be with them. As long as they were willing, perhaps Yiling could be saved. When the older man saw this, he sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "Yiping, don't be like this. No one can save Yiling tonight. Not only will the elders of the Yi family go to the summit of Qianling Mountain, even the other families will be there. How could the strength of the 8 great hidden families be stopped by just anyone? Moreover, it's impossible to save her under the watchful eyes of so many people. Why do you have to make things difficult for these two?" Song Yiping ignored him and pleaded bitterly. "Master Ling, Madam Ling, I beg you." Seeing a man pleading like this, Feng Jiao's heart couldn't help but soften. Song Yiping's deep affection for Yiling had moved her. Since that was the case, why not help him this once? What's more, she couldn't agree with burning a woman alive. "Get up, we'll help you," Feng Jiao said and gestured for him to get up. Hearing this, the 4 members of the Yi family were slightly surprised. They looked at the woman in green and said, "Madam, do you know what's going on? Tonight at midnight, the 8 great hidden families will be watching. How can you save a dying person under the watchful eyes of so many people? You have to know that if you really do it, you'll become the public enemy of the 8 great hidden families." Feng Jiao laughed when he heard this. "You so-called hidden families don't live up to your reputation. When something strange happens in your family, you blame on a woman, and you say something about being possessed by an evil spirit? You're too useless." She cast a nonchalant glance at them and said, "If we burn Yiling, so what if strange things keep happening in your family? I think the elders of your clan are also muddle-headed. Instead of finding the root of the problem, they pushed an innocent girl to her death. By doing this, aren't they afraid of being labeled as heartless and useless?" Hearing her words, the few of them moved their mouths, but no words came out. "Song Yiping, let's go." Feng Jiao looked at Song Yiping and said, then turned around and left with Xianyuan Mose. Song Yiping was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he quickly followed. The members of the Yi clan watched them walk away. Only then did they come back to their senses. They looked at each other and walked back without saying anything. After a while, Song Yiping couldn't help but ask, "Mrs. Ling, how are we going to save Ling?" What he was most concerned about was how to save the woman he loved. When he thought that she would be burned to death at night, his heart couldn't help but clench, and his emotions couldn't calm down. Didn't they say it? Tonight at midnight, we'll burn her to death at the peak of Qianling Mountain. Since that's the case, let's go take a look at the environment there first before we discuss. Feng Jiao said as he held Xianyuan Mose's hand and walked unhurriedly. Chapter 35:47. Song Yiping led them to the mountain path of Qianling Mountain as he said, "There's only one path to the top of the mountain, and that's the path we're currently on. There's no other path. Aside from the people of the 8 reclusive families, there's no one else on Qianling Mountain. Thus, the path to the top of the mountain is usually empty." As he spoke, he led them forward. Compared to places with formations, climbing the mountain was tiring, but to them, it was like walking on flat ground. In particular, Xinyuan Moses Fengjiu seemed to be walking at a leisurely pace, but his speed wasn't slow at all. Song Yiping struggled to follow behind them. The distance between them gradually widened. Seeing the 2 people getting further and further away from him, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, panting and crying, he saw the 2 people sitting on a large rock to rest. Normally, climbing to the top of the mountain wasn't difficult for him, but he wanted to catch up to them, so he was exhausted. At this moment, his hands were on his knees as he bent over and panted. His ears were ringing. He saw the 2 of them talking, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. "The mountain terrain here is quite steep. The only way up is the path we took. It's surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and an abyss on 1 side. I wonder what's down there?" Fengjiu said to Xinyuan Mose as he looked down. He saw that the bottom of the cliff was bottomless. It was filled with fog and gave off a strange and dangerous aura. "I've seen everything here. Now, do you have any ideas?" Xinyuan Mose asked as his deep gaze fell on Fengjiu. Didn't they say they wanted to burn Yi Ling to death? Since that's the case, why don't we beat them at their own game?" Fengjiu smiled as his eyes flickered with a calculating light. Xinyuan Mose's lips curled. "It's good that you have an idea. Tell me, I'll help you. I want to go down and take a look. I don't know what's down there. Will you come with me?" Fengjiu said as she held his hand. Xinyuan Mose glanced down and said, "Even though it's covered by clouds, we can still see the yin qi. Furthermore, the airflow seems to have formed a vortex. If we have to be careful, we have to be careful." "Yes," she replied with a smile, before turning to the panting Song Yiping and said, "Wait for us here. Let's go down and take a look at the environment." Hearing this, Song Yiping was stunned and hurriedly said, "No way. There's a poisonous gas down there. Even a cultivator with a high cultivation base will die without a doubt." When they heard this, the 2 of them looked down at the mist that filled the air. In the next moment, Fengjiu said, "Got it. You stay here. We'll be up soon." As he spoke, he held Xinyuan Mose's hand and jumped down. "Master Ling, Madam Ling." Song Yiping quickly stepped forward, only to see the 2 figures descending. Soon after, they disappeared into the clouds, and their figures could not be seen. Seeing this, he couldn't help but stare blankly, trying to see if he could see the 2 of them. However, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see them. Could something have happened? Chapter 35:48. Xinyuan Moses and Fengjiu's bodies glowed with a faint light. This was the aura of a divine king expert. This aura protected their bodies, forming a protective barrier that prevented them from being poisoned. Originally, they were already immune to poisons, not to mention that they were divine king experts. With such strength, how could they be hurt by a small poison mist? There's a cave here. As Fengjiu descended, she saw a cave. The cave was as tall as a person and as wide as 2 people. The surrounding vines covered half of the cave, making it inconspicuous, especially since this cave was under the poisonous mist, and at the same time, there was still a long way to go from the bottom of the cliff. Xinyuan Mose glanced at it and said, "The cave entrance is slippery. The vines cover half of the cave entrance, but they don't completely cover it. There should be a giant spirit snake inside. Be careful." Fengjiu's eyes lit up. If there's a spirit snake here, does that mean there's a spirit plant here? As she spoke, she prepared to go in and take a look, but Xinyuan Mose pulled her back. "Let me," Xinyuan Mose said helplessly. He pulled her behind him, and at the same time, used his divine sense to scan the cave. A night pearl was thrown into the cave. Hiss! The hissing sound of the snake's forked tongue could be heard, and the 2 of them heard a faint movement. In the next moment, A spirit snake the size of a child suddenly rushed out of the cave and attacked the two of them. The snake opened its mouth and spat out venom that splashed several meters away. The two of them nimbly dodged. At the same time, a gold coin flew out from Xianyuan Mo's hand and hit the spirit snake's weak spot. The strong hidden force of the gold coin pierced through the snake's weak spot. The snake hissed and twitched for a while before lying down. The snake's head drooped to the bottom of the cliff, but the snake's tail was still in the cave. "It's already a saint-rank spirit snake," Fengjiu said. With a move of her hand, a dagger appeared in her hand. The two of them entered the cave. Xianyuan Mo's went to check it out and saw that it was quite big. It was actually the size of a room. Moreover, in the corner of the cave, there was a spirit plant with snake fruits. Fengjiu raised her dagger and dug out the spirit snake's crystal core. She also took out the snake's gallbladder and prepared to use it as medicine in the future. Finally, she took the snake's body that could be used as medicine and put it into the space. After washing her hands, she went inside. "There's a spirit plant here. You can move it into the space." Xianyuan Mo's pointed to Fengjiu said, "The spirit plant." Fengjiu's eyes lit up. TSK, we're really lucky. It's actually a 1,000-year-old snake belly fruit. It looks like it's about to mature. While speaking, she carefully moved the spirit plant into the space. Only then did she look around the cave. Without the spirit snake and spirit plant, this cave is ordinary. It's not bad to use it as a place to rest. Xianyuan Mo said. Using the night illumination pearl, they illuminated the cave. After looking around the cave for a while, the two of them left the cave and went down. The lower they went, the colder the aura became. The two's God King aura also became stronger. When the two of them landed, the surrounding ground and air were like calm water that was stepped on by them. In an instant, ripples appeared. Chapter 35:49. What a heavy Yin-Chi. As Fengjiu spoke, she glanced around and saw that the Yin-Chi was spreading out with them as the center, quickly moving into the distance. Very few people come to this place, Xianyuan Mo said, then glanced around before calmly retracting his gaze. With their godly king aura, the Yin-Chi did not dare to come close to them. Even if it touched them, it could only disperse. Fengjiu retracted his divine sense after releasing it for a short distance. Let's go up and match him, Xianyuan Mo replied, then led her up the stairs. Song Yiping, who was waiting at the top of the mountain, was anxiously pacing back and forth. He looked down from time to time. When he saw the two figures coming up, his eyes were filled with joy. Master Ling, Madam Ling, Xianyuan Mo and Fengjiu came up and sat down on a rock. Fengjiu said, "We found a cave below. Listen, we will do this tonight." Fengjiu told him about tonight's operation. He took out a pill from his space and handed it to him. "Eat it." Song Yiping swallowed the pill without a word. Then, Xianyuan Mo brought him down. After passing through the poisonous fog, they arrived at the forest at the bottom. Fengjiu followed behind and said, "Prepare some food and branches before nightfall. Go back to the cave and wait," she said as she looked around. When Song Yiping arrived at the bottom, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard that the Yin-Chi below was very heavy and poisonous. Even ferocious beasts were rare here. Why did he feel that it was different from the rumors? He did not know that it was because Xianyuan Mo and Fengjiu were walking in the middle. The Yin-Chi around them automatically dispersed and did not dare to come close. Because of the two of them, they were able to gather everything they needed before nightfall. Then, they returned to the cave halfway up the mountain. Song Yiping lit a small fire and heard Madam Ling's voice. "Set up a rack. I have a pot here. Boil a pot of snake soup," Fengjiu said as he took out a big pot from his space. At the same time, he took out the spirit snake that they had killed earlier for him to handle. When he saw the spirit snake, Song Yiping nodded and replied, "Okay." After following them for an entire day, he had already gotten used to their occasional astonishing feats. His heart remained calm as he looked at the large spirit snake. He didn't know when they had hunted it, but that was normal. After all, they were far too powerful. As the sky gradually darkened, more and more people carried torches to the top of the mountain. On the mountain path, The light from the torches danced in the darkness like the ghostly flames of a ghost. Xian Yuan Mose sat cross-legged in the cave to cultivate. Song Yiping stayed by the fire, guarding the spirit snake soup. He looked outside from time to time, but he could not see anything. Feng Jiu was looking at the people who were going up the mountain. The movement of the torches, the sound of footsteps, and the sound of talking made the originally quiet and secluded mountain peak lively. Chapter 3550. When he saw the woman in white, Feng Jiu frowned and his expression turned cold. It was a woman who was so thin that she looked like she would be blown away by a gust of wind. She was lying on the stretcher, and other than the thin dress she was wearing, there was nothing else on her. No one even thought about the cold night wind and gave her a blanket to cover her to warm her body. She lay motionlessly on the stretcher. Her eyes were like a pool of stagnant water as she stared at the starry sky. Her silver-white hair was draped over the stretcher. White clothes, white dress, and white hair. In addition, she was so thin that it was impossible to see her original appearance. Only a horrifying visual sense remained. That's right, Yiling looked like an evil spirit in the middle of the night. She didn't have a trace of human aura. If a child saw her like this, they would probably be scared to tears. Tie her up on the rack. An old man ordered. He had people help her up and tie her up. 2 guards paused for a moment before helping her up. They whispered, "Young miss, sorry for the offense." They were only following orders and couldn't disobey. People came to the top of the mountain one after another. They saw the white-haired Yiling tied up on the stretcher and began to whisper among themselves. Yiling is a famous beauty in Qianling Mountain. I didn't expect her to become like this. If she wasn't Yiling, I wouldn't believe that such a terrifying woman is the Yi clan's young miss. She's only 20 years old, and her hair has turned white. Unbelievable. Before the incident, Yiling was considered a genius of the Yi clan. I didn't expect her to become like this after the incident and end up like this. It's a bit of a pity. What's a pity? She's an unlucky woman possessed by an evil spirit. Why not burn her and let her continue to harm people? I heard that the Song clan's patriarch annulled the marriage between Song Yiping and Yiling. That brat Song Yiping is probably still outside, looking for medical help for Yiling. I wonder what will happen when he comes back and finds out that the marriage was annulled and Yiling was burned to death. What can he do? Even if he comes back now, he can't save Yiling tonight. People from the 8 clans are here. No one can save her. But the Yi clan's head is also ruthless. He was actually willing to burn his own daughter to death like this. You can't say that. If Yiling didn't have the protection of the Yi family's patriarch, how could she have survived until now? I eavesdropped on my father and the others, saying that patriarch Yi had also opposed it, but it was useless. The patriarch Yi was the one who had the final say. I heard that the patriarch Yi had also threatened that if patriarch Yi continued to oppose it, he would be stripped of his position as patriarch. The man lowered his voice and said, "Think about it. If he were to be stripped of his position as the family head, he wouldn't be able to save Yiling either." It said that those who tried to stop him were punished by the elders. Family head, you didn't come tonight either. I heard that he was punished to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. Feng Jiu, who was hiding in the shadows, heard the words of those people. She looked at Yiling and saw that she was already tied to the rack. A few guards piled branches around the rack and retreated. Chapter 3551. Yiling looked at them quietly. Her gaze didn't waver at all, as if they weren't her clansmen. She didn't respond to their words. Seeing her like this, the old man's face darkened. He turned to look at the people from the other families 10 meters behind him and said, "Everyone, the people are already here. We'll light the fire when it's midnight." The eyes of the other families flashed, but no one spoke. When the Song family's patriarch saw this, he took a deep look at Yiling. Then he stepped forward and sighed. "Yiling, Yiping went out to look for a doctor for you and hasn't returned yet. Ever since your accident, he couldn't stay here any longer. He tried his best to cure you, but you should know your situation. If he could be cured, you wouldn't be in this state. I'm a father. I don't want my son to be ruined because of you. He didn't know about your marriage annulment, and he didn't know that you were going to be burned to death. If you want to blame someone, blame me." Tears welled up in Yiling's eyes when she heard Song Yiping's name. Her expression didn't change at all, but tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Many young men and women couldn't bear to see that teardrop, and they all turned their heads away. She was once one of the most dazzling women in the 8 great hidden clans, but now she had become like this. Even though they weren't close to her, they still felt pity. As time passed, it was midnight. The patriarchs, standing in front of their clans, looked up at the bright moon above their heads. Their gazes landed on Yi Ling, who was dressed in white and had white hair. "It's midnight, light the fire." An elder of the Yi clan stood out and shouted. However, the guards of the Yi family hesitated. They looked at each other and lowered their heads at the same time. They did not move. They couldn't light the fire. Useless things. Seeing this, the elder snorted coldly. He snatched the torch from one of the guards and walked forward. "Tonight, this old man will personally light the fire." He stood in front of Yi Ling with the torch and said, "Yi Ling, this old man will send you off. You should be content." As he spoke, he threw the torch in his hand onto the bonfire. The tree branches that had already been covered in oil began to burn rapidly, making crackling sounds. At this moment, everyone looked at the woman tied to the frame and fell silent. They didn't say a word or make a sound. They just watched quietly. Burning a person alive was extremely cruel, but there was no other way. Who told her to be possessed by an evil spirit? They didn't do anything wrong. They just wanted to end this disaster caused by the evil spirit. Roar. Suddenly, a powerful beast roar rang out behind everyone. The powerful pressure caused everyone's hearts to tremble, and they all turned to look at the source of the sound. What's that sound? It's the sound of a fierce beast. No, this pressure, it should be a divine beast-level beast. But why is there a divine beast-level beast? What's going on? Chapter 35:52. At this moment, no one noticed that the small cluster of flames around her had formed a layer of protection that kept the flames outside her body at bay. By the time everyone turned around, they could already see that the flames had already ignited on Yi Ling's body. Through the flames, they could see that Yi Ling had already passed out from dizziness. The night wind was blowing, and the tree branches were crackling. Yi Ling's entire body was enshrouded in raging flames, and some people couldn't bear to look at her, while others were still distracted by the roar that had suddenly rung out, and they still hadn't recovered from the shock. "Send someone to see why a mythological beast has appeared in this mountain," a family leader instructed, and 2 middle-aged men were sent to investigate. "Hold on." The other family leaders stopped the 2 of them and said, "All 8 of our families are here tonight. Seeing as we're going to investigate, I think it's best for each family to send a representative to go with us. What do you all think?" "Yes, I agree." The other family leaders nodded and gestured to the people around them. Thus, each of the 8 families sent a representative to investigate. After all, they could tell from the aura that this was a mythological beast, so no one was willing to let others take the lead. Boom! Bam! The sound of the explosion brought everyone back to their senses, and only then did they recall that Yi Ling was still burning in the flames. However, when they turned around, they were greeted by the sight of a small corner of the shelf that had already been incinerated by the flames. Yi Ling's figure was nowhere to be seen, and it was as if she had been engulfed by the flames. Only a putrid odor was wafting through the air from the flames. No one knew that just a moment ago, Fengjiu had rescued Yi Ling from behind the cliff and brought her down into the cave. Meanwhile, Tun Yun had completed its mission. It transformed into a small ball that traveled through the night sky. It found a place to hide and waited for everyone to leave before reuniting with its master. In the cave, Song Yiping couldn't sit still and waited at the entrance of the cave. When he saw the 2 white figures that were still clearly visible in the night coming over, his face couldn't help but be filled with surprise. Ling. He wanted nothing more than to go and catch her, but in the blink of an eye, Madame Ling had already brought her to the entrance of the cave. "What are you waiting for?" "Then help him in." Fengjiu handed him over and walked inside. Song Yiping carried Yi Ling over to the bonfire, and tears began to well up in his eyes at the sight of her, even thinner than before. Ling, wake up. It's me. She choked on the smoke and fainted. She can't hear you even if you call her. Feng said calmly and walked to the fire. You've been guarding outside all night. Drink a bowl of soup first. Xinyuan Mose had already scooped a bowl of spirit snake soup and handed it to Feng. Hearing this, Feng smiled and squinted his eyes. Thank you, husband. She reached out to take the bowl and drank it. After the steaming spirit snake soup entered her stomach, she felt much more comfortable. Madam Ling, how is Ah Ling? Will she be all right? Song Yiping asked in a trembling voice as he hugged Yi Ling. His hands were holding her hands and rubbing them gently, trying to warm her body up. Chapter 35:53. Hearing this, Song Yiping laid her flat and scooped a bowl of spirit snake soup to her. He then helped her up in his arms and carefully fed her little mouthfuls. Seeing the spirit snake soup flowing down the corner of her mouth, Song Yiping could not help but feel anxious. She had fainted and could not eat at all. Even if he fed her like this, she would not be able to eat. After thinking about it, he picked up the bowl and drank a mouthful of spirit snake soup. Then he bent down and used his mouth to pass the snake soup into her mouth. Feng was drinking soup on the side. When he saw this scene from the corner of his eye, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. This kid was good. Xinyuan Mose faintly glanced at him and looked away. He looked at Feng and asked, Do you want another bowl? Have you eaten? Feng asked. Seeing that he did not speak, he smiled and said, If you haven't eaten, then eat a little first. This soup has been simmering for a long time. It's all essence. She smiled and finished the soup in the bowl. Then she scooped a bowl for him. Seeing this, Xinyuan Mose reached out to take the bowl and drink it. After Song Yiping fed her half a bowl, he saw the originally unconscious person's eyelashes tremble slightly. Then she slowly opened her eyes. When the pair of calm eyes saw the person in front of her, confusion appeared. Yiping? Her voice was very weak. It was so weak that if one did not listen carefully, they would not be able to hear it. It's me, Ah Ling. I'm back. Song Yiping looked at her with red eyes. His voice was choked as if there was something stuck in his throat. I must have died to be able to see you. Her eyes were empty as she muttered. She was burned to death by the fire set by her clansmen. She must have died for her to see the person she missed so much. She must have died for her to not feel the pain of the flames burning her body. No, you're not dead. Ah Ling, you're fine. Madam Ling saved you. You're still alive. Song Yiping quickly said and helped her up so that she could see Feng. Look, this is Madam Ling. She saved you. Yi Ling's empty gaze fell upon the azure-robed woman beside the fire. She had never seen this woman before. Was she the one who had saved her? To be able to save her under the eyes of those 8 clans, she must be a very powerful person. Thank you. She thanked him softly as tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Her clansmen wanted to burn her to death, but a woman she didn't know saved her. Feng looked at her and said, Drink another bowl of soup. Nourish the body. As he spoke, he glanced at Song Yiping. Yes, drink another bowl of soup to warm your body, Song Yiping said, and quickly scooped another bowl of soup and carefully fed her to drink. After drinking the soup, her weak body couldn't bear the torment, so she fell asleep in Song Yiping's arms. Seeing her fall asleep, Song Yiping couldn't help but look at Feng. Madam Ling. Feng stood up and walked over to her side to check. After a long while, a trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. She has a pure Yin body, but her body is severely damaged. It's like she fell in a deep thought as she stared at Yi Ling. Like what? Song Yiping couldn't help but ask. Feng didn't answer him. Instead, she walked over to Xinyuan Mose and said, Husband, do you think there's a Yin soul that can hide in her body? She felt that something was wrong with her body. Chapter 35:54. Take a look and see if there's a Yin spirit hidden in her dantian. Xinyuan Mose gestured for her to check again. Hearing this, Feng eyes flashed and she carefully checked again. This time, when she withdrew her hand, she couldn't help but look at him. You saw through it? There's a fist-sized Yin spirit in her body, and it looks like it's about to take shape. When Song Yiping heard this, his heart couldn't help but sink as he asked, Then what do we do? Feng thought for a moment and said, Cut it out and take it out. It won't cause any trouble. Cut it out? Song Yiping's face paled in disbelief. Yes, that Ean's spirit is as big as a fist, so we can only cut it out. Feng Jiu said as she glanced at Song Yiping. It's a good thing that she met me. Others really can't save her. Song Yiping was stunned for a moment before he asked with a pale face, Can her body take the cut? Will she? Don't worry. She won't die as long as I'm here. She waved her hand and said, Put her to the side first and clean up a clean place. Cover the ground with clothes and don't let her body touch the ground. Then prepare some water. Although Song Yiping was worried, he still prepared according to her instructions. After an unknown amount of time, when everything was ready, the sky outside was gradually turning bright. Xin Yuan Mose knew that she was going to cut Yi Ling, so he went to the cave and sat down cross-legged with his back facing the outside. Feng Jiu took out all kinds of small knives from her space and placed them on a tray. She cleaned all the knives and put them through the fire before she said to Song Yiping, Take off her clothes. Take off her clothes? Song Yiping was stunned and his ears turned red. He was a man, so how could he take off her clothes? Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, Aren't you her fiancé? If you don't help her, will she be able to take it off herself? Not only do you have to take it off, but you also have to keep an eye on it. When I cut it, I'll need your help. Hearing this, Song Yiping gritted his teeth and replied. He reached out to untie her waist belt, then her outer clothes, then her inner clothes. Finally, when he saw the doo-doo, his face turned red and he stuttered, This isn't necessary, right? Take it off, Feng Jiu said with a frown as he glanced at the doo-doo, covering her chest and stomach. Hearing this, Song Yiping blushed and reached out to take off Yi Ling's doo-doo. Even though she had her eyes closed, he was still extremely nervous. Especially when his hand touched her skin, it felt like it was on fire. Looking at the dilly-dallying Song Yiping, Feng Jiu chuckled. She's so thin now. She's almost skin and bones. What's there to see? I just asked you to help her take off her clothes. Do you have to be so nervous? Song Yiping pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He lowered his head to take off Yi Ling's doo-doo, but he didn't dare to look around. That's right, Yi Ling was so thin that she didn't have any flesh on her body. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was just skin and bones. Not only was she not beautiful, she was even a little scary. However, looking at her skinny body, he only felt heartache. No matter what she became, in his eyes, she would always be the prettiest, the most beautiful. Now, even if she was unconscious and he had to take off her clothes, he was still extremely nervous. If she woke up and found out, would she blame him? Chapter 35:55. Song Yiping shifted his gaze down and heaved a sigh of relief. However, when the next scene entered his eyes, his entire body tensed up again. Madame Ling had used silver needles to seal the acupoints around Yi Ling's body. Immediately after, she used a sharp knife to gently cut Yi Ling's abdomen. Blood quickly gushed out, and the strong smell of blood entered his nose, causing his heart to tighten. Wipe the blood clean, Feng Jiu said softly. She pressed a hand on Yi Ling's dantian and used her divine sense to sense the presence of the Yin spirit. She cut open the wound and put down the knife before using a pair of tweezers. Song Yiping's face was pale as he used a clean cloth to wipe away the blood. Due to his nervousness and worry, large beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. He felt that time was passing very slowly. In particular, the blood that was gushing out of the wound made him feel that if this continued, she would bleed to death. I'm going to lure out the Yin spirit. I can't stop the bleeding, but I'll speed up. Pay attention later, and don't let the Yin spirit escape, Feng Jiu said softly, but her hands did not stop moving at all. Okay, Song Yiping responded and did as she instructed. Feng Jiu moved her hand slightly. She could sense that the Yin spirit was hiding in the corner and was shrinking closer and closer. She immediately used her palm to release a God Monarch level aura into Yi Ling's body. The Yin spirit that had been hiding in the corner suddenly shrank back after sensing the terrifying pressure. It wanted to escape by following the flow of blood, but in the next instant, a pair of tweezers clamped down on it and dragged it out. After Feng Jiu caught the Yin spirit, she dragged it out. However, at this moment, a strong force came from the tweezers, and the Ean's spirit flew out of the cave with a whoosh. "Catch it!" Fengjiu yelled. Her hands did not stop moving. She quickly stopped the bleeding and stitched up Yiling's wound. Song Yiping rushed over in a flash, only to see the spirit escape from his hands and fly towards the entrance of the cave. Just when he thought it would escape, he saw Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting at the entrance of the cave, point his finger, and the spirit fell back and rolled into his hand. He was stunned as he looked at the fist-sized ball of blood in his hand. His heart trembled. There was such a thing hidden in Yiling's body. How did this thing get into her body? He quickly came back to his senses and put it into a silver net that he had prepared earlier. Then he returned to the side and saw Madame Ling sewing up the wound with a needle. Her movements were as if she was sewing clothes. He was shocked to see it. So wounds can be treated like this? How incredible! Not long after, Fengjiu finished treating Yiling's wound. As she retrieved the silver needle, she pressed her palm against Yiling's wound and injected a faint green lotus life force in her body to heal her wound. She used her hand to cover her wound, so Song Yiping didn't see it. After she injected life force into the wound, she covered it with her clothes and looked at Song Yiping. "Bring that thing over." Song Yiping returned to his senses and brought the Ean's spirit forward. She took out a small knife and cut out the ball of blood, revealing a small ball of blood that was the size of an egg yolk. Chapter 35:56. Hearing this, Song Yiping let out a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Madame Ling. However, the body can recover, but the hair probably won't." "I know. It's already very good that the body can recover. Even if Ah Ling has a head of white hair, I won't treat her the same as before," Song Yiping said as he carefully helped her put on her clothes. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. After washing her hands and putting away the things, she said to him, "You can stay here and take care of her for the time being. We'll go out for a while." As he spoke, he came to Xianyuan Mo's side. "Don't you need to rest for a while?" Xianyuan Mo stood up and looked at him as he asked. After all, he had been busy since yesterday and hadn't rested until now. "It's fine, I'm not tired," Fengjiu said with a smile. He took his hand and went out with him, returning to the top of the mountain. At this time, the people from last night had already dispersed. Not a single one of them stayed, leaving only the pile of ashes by the cliff. The two of them looked around and didn't see Tun Yun's figure, so Fengjiu called out, "Tun Yun." A voice containing spiritual energy spread through the air. Tun Yun, who was sleeping in a certain part of the forest, heard this voice and immediately jumped up, heading towards the top of the mountain. Tun Yun wasn't the only one who heard this voice. Even the 8 people sent by the 8 families heard it. The 8 of them searched for an entire night, but didn't find any trace of the mythological beast. They originally wanted to return at dawn to report, but who knew that at this time, they would hear a faint voice. Someone entered Qianling Mountain? The 8 of them looked at each other in surprise. One had to know that Qianling Mountain's terrain was steep, and each family used their own abilities to set up formations and traps. It was very difficult for ordinary people to enter Qianling Mountain. Today, they unexpectedly heard a voice coming from the top of the mountain. "Let's go take a look." Immediately, the 8 of them rushed towards the top of the mountain. "Master!" Tun Yun rushed out from the thicket and quickly arrived in front of Fengjiu, saying, "Master, there are 8 people following me. I think they're coming over here now. Don't worry, they won't be able to see us," Fengjiu said as he waved his sleeves and put it into his space. Xianyuan Mose, who was beside her, reached out and pulled her down. Not long after they left, 8 figures quickly arrived at the top of the mountain. However, when they looked around, they did not see anyone else other than them. "Strange, that voice clearly came from here," one of them murmured. He looked around but didn't see anyone. He walked forward and came to the edge of the cliff to look down. "Do you think he went down there?" That person frowned and looked at the others. "That's impossible. That's a poisonous fog down there. Who can avoid it?" Another person said as he stepped forward and said, "In the past, there have been people who disappeared after falling down. Moreover, the Inchi down there is so heavy. How can anyone dare to set foot in there?" Hearing this, the people behind him looked at each other and said, "Then What if it's not an ordinary person? Don't forget that last night's roar was the sound of a mythological beast. A mythological beast came here for no reason. Even if we didn't see any traces of the mythological beast, I think someone must have entered Qianling Mountain. It's just that we don't know. Chapter 35:57. They reported the news to the family. As for how to deal with it, it was up to the family head. After all, to be able to quietly come here without alerting the great families, they were probably not ordinary people. Moreover, there was also the mythological beast that they had been fighting for the whole night without seeing. When they returned to report their findings to the family head, the people of the families gathered together to discuss. I think there's no need to make a fuss. After all, the other party didn't do anything harmful to our families. Moreover, since the other party can quietly come to Qianling Mountain with a mythological beast, their strength can't be underestimated. Why should we provoke them? That's not the case. Qianling Mountain is considered the territory of our 8 families. Now that someone has come in, we don't know who it is. Even if we don't become enemies with the other party, I think we should know who it is that entered Qianling Mountain. What's their purpose here? And I agree. We still have to investigate clearly. It's just that they can't find any traces of their whereabouts. Even if we send people, where can we find them? To the bottom of the cliff? It's not like you don't know where that place is. Hearing this, the few of them fell silent. Finally, one of them said, "In my opinion, let's wait and see. I think they're just passing by." The others listened and didn't speak. That's right. If they couldn't find anyone in Qianling Mountain, then it could only be the bottom of the cliff. However, that place was very dangerous. Moreover, they hadn't gone down to explore for so long, so it wasn't easy to make arrangements. Then let's wait and see. In the end, the few of them decided to wait and see. In the cave, Fengjiu looked at Song Yiping and asked, "What do you plan to do now? She probably can't go back like this." Hearing this, Song Yiping was silent for a while and said, "Madam Ling, can we wait until Ah Ling wakes up? I have a plan that I want to discuss with her first." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. "Actually, you can go anywhere. You can even rest here for a while. However, the 2 of us can't stay here for too long. We still have things to do." "You're leaving?" Song Yiping looked at them in astonishment. "Tomorrow at most." "We'll leave tomorrow," Fengjiu said. Hearing that they were about to leave, Song Yiping couldn't help but feel a little anxious. In fact, he had been thinking about this problem ever since they saved Yi Ling. And he also had a faint plan in his heart, but he still wanted to discuss it with Yi Ling before opening his mouth. He had thought that with Yi Ling's white hair and her pure Yin physique, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to roam the world in peace. In fact, if they encountered powerful cultivators, he wouldn't even have the ability to protect her. After all, a pure Yin physique was far too tempting for cultivators. However, if they could follow Master Ling and Madam Ling, then it would be different. With their strength, no one would dare to have any ideas about Yi Ling. Furthermore, they had saved Yi Ling and helped him so much. He also hoped that he could repay them, even if it was to follow by their side as a bodyguard who could do whatever they wanted. Chapter 35:58. Xianyuan Mose didn't say anything and only glanced at him indifferently. Fengjiu raised her brows and smiled. "You want to bring her along with us?" "Yes," he replied. Fengjiu smiled. "Why? Wouldn't it be better for you to live on your own? Find a small village and live a normal life there. Since Ah Ling has a purine body, we can't live a normal life." Song Yiping smiled bitterly. "Moreover, the 2 of you saved her life. We can't repay you with anything." Fengjiu chuckled and shook her head. "Even if you want to bring Yi Ling with you, we don't want to take her in. She saved a person and didn't plan to take her in." "All right, take good care of her. When we leave tomorrow, we can protect you on the way. At that time, you can take her to a place to nurse her body back to health. In the future, you can find a small place to live." Fengjiu smiled as she held Xianyuan Mose's hand. "Husband, let's go find some meat to eat." "Okay." Xianyuan Mose looked at her dotingly, and his lips curled into a faint smile. In the next moment, he held her hand and led her outside, leaving Song Yiping kneeling on the ground. He didn't pay any more attention to him. He looked on as the 2 of them disappeared into the cave, and he heaved a faint sigh before turning to look at the unconscious Yi Ling, Xianyuan Mose, and Fengjiu walked slowly in the forest below. Fengjiu flipped her hand, and the Bagua mirror appeared in her hand. She looked at it and said, "What do you think is so special about this mirror? Where can we use this as a key? If we can't solve this mystery, it's useless to have this thing." Xianyuan Mose glanced at it and said unhurriedly, "Since this thing fell into our hands, it must be fated to be with us. Maybe it's not time yet. When the time comes, the mystery will be solved." Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. "You're quite optimistic about things. That's the truth." Xianyuan Mose's eyes flashed when he saw the spirit fruits. "We didn't reach this area that day." Feng Jiu looked ahead and saw a few spirit fruit trees. She couldn't help but be surprised. "Huh, spirit fruits? These are really spirit fruits. There's no one taking care of this area, but there are so many fruits." Her eyes were filled with joy as she smiled. "We went the other way that day. If we knew there were spirit fruits here, we would have come a long time ago." The two of them walked forward and came under one of the spirit fruit trees. Feng Jiu picked one and wiped it clean before tasting it. The juice overflowed as it entered her mouth. It was accompanied by a faint sweetness and a pure aura of spirit power. After swallowing it, the spirit power in her body began to circulate. "I've never seen this before. Try it, it's very fragrant and sweet." She plucked a ripe spirit fruit and wiped it clean before handing it to Xianyuan Mose. Xianyuan Mose took it and took a bite. It was as she said. He looked around, and his gaze fell on the leaves of a spirit fruit tree at the very back. There, he could vaguely see a pair of eyes flickering and staring at them. Chapter 35:59. Squeak, squeak. A squeak was heard. Immediately after, there was a sudden movement among the dense branches and leaves. A little golden monkey jumped onto the top of the spiritual fruit tree and squeaked at them with its teeth bared. A monkey. Feng Jiu was a little stunned. She looked at the monkey with golden fur all over its body. She looked around and said, "That's strange. Why is there a monkey here? And it's a golden spirit monkey." Xianyuan Mose looked around and frowned slightly. Spirit monkeys usually come in groups. There shouldn't be only one here. He walked forward. The spirit monkey squeaked at them with its teeth bared. Immediately after, it grabbed a fruit from a spiritual fruit tree and threw it at them. Seeing this, Feng Jiu could not help but smile. She caught the spirit fruit and played with it in her hands while following Xianyuan Mose forward. This spirit monkey can actually stay in such a place with such strong Yin energy. It seems that it's not ordinary. The Yin energy in this area was too strong. The surrounding ferocious beasts and spirit beasts did not dare to appear here. Hence, they were surprised to see this spirit monkey. Squeak, 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 squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey picked fruits and threw them at them while jumping up and down a hide in the spirit fruit tree. Occasionally, it would pop its head out and scream at them while baring its teeth. When it saw that they were getting closer and closer, it suddenly scurried away. "Forget it. Let's not chase it. It's just a little monkey," Feng Jiu said and reached out to hold Xianyuan Mose. Seeing this, Xianyuan Mose said, "Do you want to move this spiritual fruit tree into your space?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu pursed her lips and smiled. "Of course. If you move it in, you can eat any spiritual fruit you want in the future." Although there were already many spiritual fruit trees in the space, she would not mind having more new varieties. She gently touches the trunk of the spiritual fruit tree with one hand. With a thought, the spiritual fruit tree is moved into the space and planted in the fruit tree forest in the space. The little golden monkey didn't go far. It hid behind a tree and peeked through the leaves. When it saw the spirit fruit trees disappear one by one in the human's hands, it couldn't help but grit its teeth and scratch its fur. It made a squeaking sound, as if it was very angry. After transplanting the fruit trees into the space, Feng Jiu looked at the golden monkey and smiled. "What's wrong? You want to eat fruits? Here." With a flip of her hand, she tossed a fruit to it. The little golden monkey hooked the branch with its tail and reached out to catch the fruit thrown by Feng Jiu. It tilted its head and stared at her for a while, then took the fruit and ate it. As it ate, it stared at her. Apart from this little monkey, I didn't see any ferocious beasts or wild animals. It seems that we can only eat some fruits and the food stored in the space tonight. Feng Jiu said helplessly and looked at Xianyuan Mo's beside her. Let's keep looking. We should be able to find it if we walk further. Xianyuan Mo said and held her hand and walked forward. The two of them walked forward, and the little monkey also tiptoed and followed behind them. When Feng Jiu noticed it and glanced back, she saw the little monkey sitting cross-legged on the ground and scratching the fur on its body, pretending not to see her. Chapter 3560. As they spoke, Feng Jiu threw another fruit over. The little monkey quickly picked it up and ate it while following them. Xianyuan Mose shook his head helplessly. If you don't throw it to eat, it won't follow. Sigh. If it weren't for the fact that I already have so many contracted beasts and pets, I would really want to keep this little monkey. Feng Jiu sighed softly and looked at the little spirit monkey with some pity. When he heard this, a dark light flashed across Xianyuan Mose's deep black eyes. He glanced at her and smirked. In the future, let's have a few more little monkeys. They'll be much more interesting than this little monkey. Feng Jiu was stunned for a moment. Then, he glared at him. What little monkey? Even if we have children, they will be our children. The two of them chatted as they walked further and further away until they caught a wild boar. Only then did they return. The monkey followed them, so they let it follow. When they reached the bottom, they took a deep breath and rushed back to the cave. You're awake? Feng Jiu saw Yiling opening her eyes and leaning into Song Yiping's arms. Thank you for saving me, Yiling said. Although her voice was still very weak, her breathing had stabilized. Earlier, she heard Song Yiping's explanation of the situation and knew his plan. She also agreed with his plan. However, since Master Ling and Madam Ling didn't want to take them in, they couldn't force them. They had no choice but to find a small place to live in seclusion. Ling, lean against the wall and sit for a while. I will help roast the pig, Song Yiping said and helped her lean against the wall. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and went to Xianyuan Mo's. Master Ling, leave this to me. Sit down and rest. Okay. Xianyuan Mo's nodded and handed the little wild boar to him. He took out some water and washed his hands before sitting down by the fire. We went out to look for wild animals. We found some spirit fruits. Eat a few. Feng Jiu took out a big handful of spirit fruits and handed it to Yiling. The ripe fruits were bright red and looked fresh and delicious. Yiling looked at her and smiled weakly. Thank you, Mrs. Ling. She raised her hand to pick up a fruit and felt that the spirit fruit was very small and cute in her hand. Ever since she fell ill, she hadn't eaten such a tempting spirit fruit in a long time. Eat a few more, it can nourish the body, Feng Jiu said, and picked up another one to give to Xianyuan Mo's husband. Eat another one. No, you can have it, Xianyuan Mo's said as he took out a flagon from the space and took a sip. He didn't really eat spirit fruits. Song Yiping was processing the meat at the entrance of the cave. However, in the next moment, he saw a little golden monkey crawling up along the vines and looking in their direction. Squeak! Creak, creak, creak. Master Ling, Madam Ling, there's a spirit monkey outside. Did it follow you back? Song Yiping turned around and asked because he saw the little golden monkey swinging around with the vines and squeaking at them, trying to attract the attention of the people in the cave. Feng Jiu was eating the fruit when he heard this. He stood up and walked out. Sure enough, he saw the little golden monkey swinging around with the vines and squeaking nonstop. Chapter 3561. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey grabbed the vine and swung it. It didn't seem to be afraid of them jumping into the cave. It walked on its 2 feet and squatted in front of Feng Jiu with its hands tucked in front of its chest. It raised its head and looked at Feng Jiu. Then it stretched out its hand, obviously asking for the spirit fruit. Last one. Feng Jiu smiled and put a fruit in its palm, saying, Go back quickly after you finish eating. The little spirit monkey took the spirit fruit and finished it in a few mouthfuls. It threw the core of the fruit out of the cave and stretched out its hand to Feng Jiu, squeaking. No more. Feng Jiu stared. How much had this greedy monkey eaten along the way? Squeak, 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 squeak. The little spirit monkey squeaked and stretched out its claws to grab Fengjiu's clothes, then pulled her sleeves. Suddenly, it jumped on her shoulder and played with her nonstop. Suddenly, Fengjiu felt that her sleeves were light. She saw that the little monkey had taken out the 8 trigrams mirror that she had put in her sleeves to play with. At this moment, it was looking at it left and right in its hands. It even took a bite of it. Fengjiu was speechless. Give it to me. That can't be eaten. Fengjiu leaned over to take the 8 trigrams mirror. Unexpectedly, the little monkey jumped and dodged. Seeing this, she took out a fruit, saying, "Give that to me. This fruit is for you." She held the fruit in her hand and shook it. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey squeaked, and in the next moment, it opened its mouth and swallowed the 8 trigrams mirror. You. Fengjiu looked at it in astonishment. She saw that the little spirit monkey's movements were so fast that she did not have time to stop it. When she was about to step forward, the 8 trigrams mirror had already been swallowed in front of her. The palm-sized 8 trigrams mirror was swallowed by a little monkey just like that. She was stunned. How is this possible? She rushed forward, wanting to catch the spirit monkey. She wanted to feel how the 8 trigrams mirror was placed in its stomach. Unexpectedly, the spirit monkey scuttled and leaped outwards. Don't run, Fengjiu shouted and chased after him. In the cave, Xinyuan Mo saw this and glanced outside, then got up and chased after them. Given the duo's ability and speed, a mere spirit monkey should not be able to escape. However, that spirit monkey's speed was extremely fast. It dodged to the left and pulled apart the distance between it and Fengjiu. Damn it! Fengjiu's face darkened. She hadn't figured out how to use the 8 trigrams mirror before it was snatched away by the monkey. It was her fault. She didn't guard against the monkey when it became docile. She had failed miserably at such an easy task. Don't worry, it can't escape. As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he flashed to her side and said, I left a strand of my divine sense on the Baghuan mirror. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu was slightly surprised. You actually left your divine sense behind? I didn't even notice it. Hearing his words, she was relieved. With his divine sense, it didn't matter even if she couldn't keep up with the little monkey. Seeing that you often took it out to play with it, I was worried that you wouldn't know when it would drop, so I left a strand of my divine sense behind. Xinyuan Mo's curled his lips. He reached out and hugged her, leading her forward. The two figures skimmed through the forest. The Yin-Chi in the forest automatically dispersed when it came into contact with them, but the little monkey had already disappeared. Chapter 3562. Why did it snatch the 8 trigrams mirror? It actually slipped away after snatching it. Fengjiu said gloomily. He hadn't even managed to figure out anything from the item he was playing with, and it was actually stolen by a little monkey. This kind of golden silk spirit monkey has a hobby of collecting treasures. Xinyuan Mo said. Hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes lit up. Oh, a hobby of collecting treasures. Hee, this hobby sounds pretty good. A glint flashed across her eyes as she snorted in her heart. How dare it snatch my things? If I don't confiscate all its treasures, then I'm not Fengjiu. They skimmed through the forest. After a long time, Xinyuan Mo slowed down. He scanned the surroundings and said, the Yin-Chi in this area isn't that heavy. Moreover, there are a lot of chaotic auras. It seems like there are ferocious beasts and spirit beasts hiding in this area. This forest was an accident. Under the cliff of Qianling Mountain, there was such a Yin-Chi forest. Not only were there spirit fruits, there were also all kinds of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. That's right. After reaching this area, he finally felt the aura of ferocious beasts and spirit beasts. Zhi. Following the swaying of the leaves, there was a rustling sound between the branches and leaves. A cacophony of monkey cries suddenly sounded in the surroundings and entered the two's ears. Zhi. Xinyuan Moses Fengjiu looked over and saw that there were golden monkeys jumping up and down on the trees, between the branches and leaves, between the grass, and on the vines hanging down from the trees. They waved their hands and bared their teeth as they let out sharp squeaks. As far as the eye could see, The golden monkeys all looked exactly the same. Although some of them were bigger and some were smaller, they were all mixed together in a dazzling sight. There are actually so many monkeys. There must be over 100 of them, right? Fengjiu gasped slightly. He was still wondering why there was only one small spirit monkey. He did not expect the entire troop to be here. Xinyuan Mose's gaze swept past those golden monkeys and his brows slightly furrowed. In the next moment, he automatically searched for that strand of divine sense that belonged to him. When his divine sense sensed a fluctuation, his gaze also followed and looked toward the little spiritual monkey that was standing on a tree branch and squeaking. "It's that one, over there." As Xinyuan Mose spoke, a wind blade shot out from his hand and attacked the little golden monkey that was squatting on the branch. Creak! The little golden monkey was originally shouting happily, but when it suddenly saw a stream of air coming, it was so scared that it screamed and quickly hid in another place. In the blink of an eye, it was mixed with the other little golden monkeys. Fengjiu, who had let the little golden monkey escape before he even made a move, frowned. "This won't do. There are so many monkeys that I can't recognize them." She suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. The corner of her mouth revealed a malicious smile. "This time, you tell me which one it is. Don't make a move first. I'll mark that little monkey." "Okay," Xinyuan Mose responded, then swept out with his divine sense. His gaze once again locked onto one of the little monkeys. However, just as he was about to speak, that little monkey seemed to have sensed something and actually scurried away, quickly blending in with the other monkeys. Chapter 3563. Once the boundary was set up, those spirit monkeys instantly screeched anxiously, jumping up and down. In this way, it would be even more troublesome to catch the original one. The fourth monkey on the left branch of the second tree in front. Xinyuan Mose's voice was heard, his gaze still fixed on the front. Fengjiu's eyes moved, and her lips curled into a smile. "All right." In the next moment, her figure flew out, and her divine sense locked onto that monkey. With a wave of her hand, a small flame sprang up and flew out at a speed that was too fast for one to cover one's ears. Squeak, squeak. When those monkeys saw the flame, they scurried in all directions and avoided it. The monkey targeted by Fengjiu squeaked. Its tail hooked onto a branch and jumped down. However, at this moment, a flame ignited the monkey hair on its tail, and the burning pain caused it to scream. Squeak! A sharp scream came out of that monkey's mouth. In the blink of an eye, that monkey's hair was completely burned, and a burnt smell spread in the air. The surrounding monkeys were dumbfounded. A few of the larger monkeys came back to their senses and quickly came to the side of the monkey, trying to extinguish the flames on its body. However, no matter how they used leaves or their hands to pat it, or even the soil on the ground to sprinkle on its body, they were unable to extinguish the flames. Squeak, 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 that those monkeys screamed angrily and suddenly surrounded Fengjiu. They showed their claws, bared their teeth, and pounced on her. Seeing this scene, Xinyuan Mose's face darkened. He snorted coldly, and the pressure on his body spread out like water ripples. At that moment, those monkeys all trembled and squatted down, not even daring to raise their heads. Fengjiu waved her hand, and the flame was extinguished. The little spirit monkey's hair was all gone. Other than a little scalded skin, it was not seriously injured. After all, she was merciful. Creak, creak. The little monkey curled up on the ground and cried out. When it saw Fengjiu walking towards it, its body shrank a little, and a hint of guilt appeared in its eyes. "Hand it over," Fengjiu said as she looked down at the little spiritual monkey that was covered in red from head to toe. Squeak, squeak. It squeaked twice and shrank back. It actually turned its head away, obviously unwilling to hand over the item. "You don't want to hand it over?" Fengjiu sneered. He moved his hand, and a cluster of flames danced on his fingertips. Creak, creak, creak. The little spirit monkey screamed a few times in panic. Then it opened its mouth and spat out the 8 trigrams mirror and handed it to her. Also, Fengjiu glanced at it. "Where's your treasure? You don't think that you can just return what you stole from me, do you?" As she spoke, She played with the flame on her fingertips, full of threat. Creak, creak. The little spirit monkey seemed to be very angry, but it was also afraid of the flame on her fingertips. In the end, it opened its mouth and spat out more than 20 items. There were beads, magic weapons, shiny gold coins, and crystal cores. Looking at the small pile of items, Fengjiu's eyes flashed. She squatted down and glanced at the little spirit monkey. I didn't expect it to hide so many things. Is that all? Creak, creak. The little spirit monkey quickly squeaked, waved its hand, and retreated. Chapter 3564. With a wave of her hand, she removed Xianyuan Moses' barrier and collected the things on the ground. Then, she turned around and walked to Xianyuan Moses' side. Let's go. Okay. Xianyuan Moses responded. Just as he was about to leave with her, the little spirit monkey behind them stood up again and took 2 steps forward to their side. What do you want? Fengjiu glanced at it and said, I won't let you off again and again. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little spirit monkey pulled her dress and pointed at a certain place with one hand. It wanted them to follow it. You little monkey is used to lying. I'm not going. Fengjiu snorted softly. He did not believe the monkey's words at all. Seeing this, the little monkey could not help but become anxious. It pulled her dress and pointed at a certain place in front of them while squeaking. Let's go and take a look, Xianyuan Moses said. He looked ahead and released his divine senses to explore. However, he did not notice anything different. Hearing this, Fengjiu agreed. The two followed the little monkey forward. They thought that it was not far, but they went deeper and deeper. Where's it taking us? We have been walking for a long time. The sky gradually darkened, and the light in the forest became weaker. As the sun went down, the Yin-Chi gradually condensed in the forest. Xianyuan Moses held her hand and pushed away the weeds and branches that were half a person's height in front of her. He said, These monkeys live here and should be very familiar with this place. Maybe there will be some cave-dwelling opportunities in this place. Hearing this, Fengjiu felt that it made sense. No one had set foot in this place before. In other words, even if someone had been here before, it was very rare. In addition, the entire forest was filled with dense Yin energy. The terrain was steep and the atmosphere was strange. Perhaps there was really some opportunity here. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel excited. She was curious about what the little spirit monkey would bring them to. As the night sky gradually brightened, they arrived at a waterfall under the guidance of the little spirit monkey. Looking at the waterfall flowing down from high above, Xianyuan Moses and Fengjiu were a little surprised. They did not expect that there would be such a huge waterfall in the depths of the forest. The sound of water splashing could be heard as it flowed down from the sky, crashing into the rocks below, splashing a large amount of water. Then, it melted into the water and flowed downstream. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little Spirit Monkey called out a few times and pointed at the waterfall in front. Immediately after, it jumped and grabbed the vines by the side and swung towards the waterfall. Its small figure swung into the waterfall that was halfway up. Looking at the little spirit monkey's figure disappearing into the waterfall, the two could not help but look at each other. The next moment, they rushed towards the waterfall, passing through the water curtain and entering a cave dwelling behind the water curtain. The dark cave dwelling was bottomless. They could vaguely see the little monkey leading the way in front. The two walked all the way. After an unknown period of time, Fengjiu suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Xianyuan Moses asked. Fengjiu took out the 8 trigrams mirror and said, "The 8 trigrams mirror is moving." In the palm of his hand, the 8 trigrams mirror trembled slightly, as if there was a suction force attracting it. Chapter 3565. Let's take a look at the situation in front. Fengjiu said. She held the 8 trigrams mirror in one hand and held Xianyuan Moses' hand in the other. When the two of them followed the little spirit monkey to the innermost part of the cave, they could not help but stop in their tracks. In front of them was an illusory wall. That illusory wall was like a distorted airflow that blocked the path ahead. They could not see what was behind this illusory wall. They only saw that after the little spirit monkey came to the front, it stretched out its hand and touched the wall. Then its entire body followed suit and jumped in. "What's this?" Fengjiu asked and walked forward. However, before she could get close, the little spirit monkey screamed and rushed out. Behind it, a huge, ferocious beast followed. The ferocious beast opened its mouth and bit the little spirit monkey. It was so fast that she could not save it in time. She could only watch as the little spirit monkey was dragged back and swallowed by the huge, ferocious beast. Fengjiu widened her eyes in shock. She was protected in Xin Yuan Mo's arms. When the ferocious beast rushed out, Xin Yuan Mo's reached out and pulled her into his arms. At the same time, he quickly retreated a few meters. It was because of this that she could not save the little spirit monkey in time. The cave was completely silent, and there wasn't even the slightest smell of blood. However, at that moment, the ferocious beast from before passed through half of its body from behind the illusory wall. It stared at Xin Yuan Mo's and Fengjiu with its bloodthirsty and ferocious eyes. Perhaps because it sensed the powerful pressure from them, the ferocious beast let out a low roar and bared its sharp teeth at them, then retreated. The air was filled with the ferocious beast's bloodthirsty and oppressive aura. Xin Yuan Mo's frowned. A look of deep thought flashed across his deep eyes. Fengjiu stared blankly. It seemed that she had not recovered from her shock. After a long while, she asked, "Was the little monkey eaten?" Xin Yuan Mo's was silent for a while before he replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Fengjiu did not speak for a moment. Although she was angry that the little spirit monkey ran away after snatching her things, she let it go after it returned the things. Moreover, it brought them here. However, in such a short time, the little spirit monkey was actually eaten by a divine beast right in front of their eyes. What is this place? The one that came out just now was a divine beast, the speed tiger. I've only seen this kind of vicious beast in a Myriad Beast book. She said softly. She still could not believe it. Just a moment ago, she had witnessed the little spirit monkey being eaten by a ferocious beast that was known for its speed. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. This applied not only to humans, but also to beasts. However, when this scene happened in front of her, the shock made her heart tighten. Xin Yuan Mo's pushed her behind him and said, "Wait here. I'll take a look." He walked up to the illusory wall of air and stretched out his hand to touch it. However, the moment he touched it, a strong force surged out and bounced him back. He could not help but take a few steps back. "Be careful." Fengjiu walked up to him and grabbed his hand. She looked at it and asked, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" Chapter 35:66. He held her hand and looked ahead, saying, "No one can touch this wall, and no one can enter it. If they try to force their way in, they will only be injured by the rebound force. However, from what happened earlier, beasts should be able to enter." Fengjiu was silent. She looked at the illusory wall and said, "But we don't know what's on the other side. The 8 trigrams mirror in my hand is moving here. I think it has something to do with the realm of emptiness that old master you mentioned. Let Swallowing Cloud go in and take a look," Xin Yuan Mo said. Hearing this, Fengjiu summoned Swallowing Cloud. With a flash of light, Swallowing Cloud stood in front of them and looked at it. Fengjiu recalled the scene of the little spirit monkey being swallowed and could not help but exhort, "Swallowing Cloud, go over there and take a look. No matter what you see, you must come back within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Also, be careful. There should be a very strong beast over there." Although Swallowing Cloud was already a sacred beast, she could not help but exhort it. After all, they did not know what kind of existence was on the other side. Swallowing Cloud nodded. It glanced at the strange wall and leaped into it. Fengjiu saw it enter and flicked his finger. A cluster of flames floated up and lit up the surroundings. She looked at the stone walls on both sides, as if searching for something. "Are you trying to see if there are any traps?" Xin Yuan Mo's asked. He saw her searching the stone walls, and the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand was still swaying. "Let's see if we can find anything. Who knows, there might be some hidden traps," Fengjiu said as she used the light of the flames to search the stone walls carefully. However, she did not find anything even after looking around. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Swallowing Cloud came out. Accompanying its return was the smell of blood that wafted into their noses. "Are you injured?" Fengjiu hurriedly asked, looking at it. "Master, don't worry, it's not my blood." Tunyan squatted down beside them as he spoke. He glanced behind him and said, "Master, I saw a forest over there. It was very large, and there were extremely high-ranked ferocious beasts everywhere. I encountered 3 ferocious beasts at the divine beast level in just a short while." Hearing this, Xianyuan Moses Fengjiu frowned. No one knew what the two of them were thinking, but they didn't speak for a while. Moreover, the spiritual aura in that forest is very dense. It's very common to see ferocious beasts hunting each other. When I first came back, a divine beast followed me. I injured it and it escaped. Tunyan looked at them with a serious expression. "I don't know where it is, but it's very dangerous." Fengjiu lowered her head and looked at the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand, deep in thought. "How do we get there?" The 8 trigrams mirror in her hand swayed. Suddenly, she saw a streak of light flash across the mirror. She was stunned. She looked in the direction of the light and saw a small hole in the ceiling where she was standing. At this moment, moonlight shone in from outside the hole and shone on the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand. Chapter 3567. "Step back," Xianyuan Mose said as he pulled her out of the array. He looked at the 3 arrays that complemented each other under the moonlight and the mirror. Fengjiu looked at the arrays in astonishment. She couldn't help but be slightly surprised. After glancing at the 3 arrays, she looked in front of her. After the array on the ground appeared, the illusory wall slowly opened from middle. What they saw was a pitch-black cave. Immediately after, 2 pairs of bloodthirsty and ferocious gazes entered their eyes in the darkness, and the thick smell of blood also spread out from the other side as the door opened. They were 2 godly beasts. When they saw the illusory wall open, the 2 godly beasts stared at it warily. When one of them saw Tunyan, who was squatting beside Fengjiu, it roared and stepped back. It was obvious that Tunyan's previous attack had made it fearful. "Roar!" The 2 godly beasts bared their teeth and roared threateningly at them. However, they didn't dare to step forward and even stared at them warily. "Master, it's the godly beast that I met earlier," Tunyan said as it stood up beside Fengjiu. When it saw that the godly beasts dared to roar at its master, it immediately roared angrily. "Roar!" The roar contained the might of a sacred beast. The 2 godly beasts were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. They let out a low howl and quickly fled. Fengjiu was about to walk over to take a look when Xianyuan Mose pulled her back. She turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten that our main goal is to deal with the sovereign of Skirich and the Black Lotus Master? No matter where it is, we can't go there now," Xianyuan Mose said as he looked at the pitch-black cave opposite them. He said, "After we're done, if you still want to explore, I'll accompany you." He had a feeling that if they walked through this door today, they probably wouldn't return in a short period of time. Now, they still had other things to do. After much consideration, they naturally couldn't go there and explore now. Fengjiu thought for a while and nodded. "That's true." She looked at the cave in front of her and said, "Even if the other side is really some kind of void realm, I can't split into 2 right now." As she spoke, she smiled and looked at him. "However, our trip was not in vain. We accidentally came here and even opened the array door here." "Yeah." Xianyuan Mo smiled when he saw that she had taken his words seriously. Thus, Fengjiu glanced at the opposite side and picked up the 8 trigrams mirror that was placed in the middle of the formation. As the 8 trigrams mirror left the ground, the illusory door gradually closed until it returned to its original appearance. She played with the 8 trigrams mirror in her hand and said, "Now I'm wondering why this mirror can't drip blood. I'll slowly study it in the future. It's already late at night. Don't you want to eat barbecue? Song yipping should be done by now," Xianyuan Mose said as he held her hand and walked out. Tunyan followed behind the 2 of them. After they left the waterfall at the entrance of the cave, they returned to Fengjiu's space. Under the night sky, in the forest, 2 figures flitted through the night like ghosts and went back the way they came. Chapter 3568. Yiling, who was sitting inside, heard his words and said, "They must have been delayed by something. Otherwise, they haven't caught up with that little spirit monkey. I don't think the two of them would get lost. Even though she had grown up in the clan and had never set foot in the outside world, she could tell that Master Ling and Madam Ling were not ordinary people. Even though they were concealing their auras, she could still sense their strength. Furthermore, they were able to save her from the 8 great clans. She didn't think that the two of them would get lost in that forest, even if that forest was known as a land of death. Ling, how do you feel now? Does your wound still hurt? He walked back to her side and asked, Are you cold? Do you need to cover yourself with another layer of clothing? Ling smiled and said softly, Madam Ling is really amazing. I feel much better already. As long as I don't pull on my wound, it won't hurt. She paused and took a deep breath before saying, I'm not cold. It's very warm in here. She thought that as long as she recuperated for a few days, her body would definitely return to how it was in the past. As for her white hair, so be it. It was already good enough that she was able to keep her life. That's right. They're really powerful. Even the most powerful elders of the 8 great clans can't compare to them. Furthermore, I've seen them fight, and their battle prowess is astonishing. It's a pity that they're unwilling to accept us. Song Yipping sighed softly. If he could follow the two of them, he had a feeling that his life would be very interesting. It's already very benevolent of them to save me. It's only right that they're unwilling to accept us. After all, powerful people like them should have powerful people by their side. The two of us are still too weak. Ling said softly and sighed softly in her heart. She had never set foot in the outside world, so she naturally hoped that she could follow powerful people and see the world. However, this also depended on fate. Since they weren't willing to accept them, they couldn't rely on them. After all, they owed Master Ling and Madam Ling enough. The sky outside is already so dark, and the forest is so big. In addition, there are many unknown dangers in the forest at night. I wonder how they are now. Song Yipping said worriedly as he walked back to the entrance of the cave to look outside. Seeing that the night was getting darker and darker, he felt uneasy. On the one hand, he wanted to find them, but on the other hand, he was worried about leaving Ling here alone. After all, she was completely defenseless in her current state. If any poisonous snakes or beasts were to enter this place, she wouldn't even have the strength to escape. However, if he didn't go out to look for them and just waited here, he would feel anxious and uneasy. After all, the two of them were his benefactors. If something really happened to them, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Ling understood him. Seeing him fidgeting, she said, Yipping, if you're worried about leaving me here alone, then set up a defensive barrier for me. I can stay here by myself. Hearing this, Song Yipping turned around. But he was worried. Chapter 35:69. However, while they were talking, Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu arrived at the entrance of the cave. Smelling the aroma of meat, Fengjiu took a deep breath and said, I'm really hungry. This meat smells so good. She walked inside and saw the two of them talking about something with a serious expression. She asked, What's wrong? Seeing them return, the two were startled. Ling smiled and Song Yipping said, It's good that you're back. We were just wondering if we should go out to look for you. Fengjiu washed her hands and sat down by the fire. She smiled and said, It's good that you didn't go out. If you did, we would have to go out to look for you. She cut a piece of meat and handed it to Xinyuan Mose, who had washed his hands. She cut another piece and took a bite. Looking at the untouched meat, she said, You're not eating it even though it's already roasted. Are you two idiots? Hurry up and eat it while it's hot. But Ling can't eat too much roasted meat. Just drink the remaining snake soup. Madam Ling, did you get that thing back? Song Yipping asked and cut a small piece of meat for Ling. I got it back. Fengjiu said and didn't say much. Thinking about the little spirit monkey that was eaten by the beast, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Let's not talk about this. Come, I'll treat you to some wine. Let's say goodbye to each other tomorrow. She smiled and took out wine from her space. She took out 3 wine cups and poured a cup for each of them. There's roasted meat to go with the wine. Thank you. Song Yipping raised his cup and toasted the two. I hope I can see Master Ling and Madam Ling again in the future. Thank you for the past 2 days. I'll drink this cup first. He drank the wine in one gulp and felt the spiritual energy in his stomach surging. The wine was mellow in his mouth, and he couldn't help but praise, "Good wine. Drink." Feng Jiu also drank the wine and ate a piece of roasted meat. Xianyuan Mose, who was sitting next to her, didn't say anything and let her drink. He only helped her cut the meat to go with the wine. After drinking the wine, they started chatting. When the night fell and Feng Jiu felt a little tipsy, she said, "Let me tell you, it's not impossible for Yi Ling's white hair to turn back to black. It's just that it's hard to do it." Burp. As she spoke, she let out a drunken burp. Xianyuan Mose, who was beside her, saw that she was gently shaking her head as she spoke. Her cheeks flushed red, and he pulled her to his side, then took out a cloak and draped it over her. When the slightly drunk Song Yiping heard this, his eyes lit up. "There's a way." "What?" "What?" "Yeah, it's just that the ingredients are hard to find. 1,000-year-old Chinese knotweed and 1,000-year-old. She leaned into Xianyuan Mose's embrace as she recited the ingredients, and Song Yiping also secretly memorized them. "In the future," burp. She burped again and said to Song Yiping, "In the future, if you manage to find all of these herbs, I can help you refine pills. As long as I give her one pill, I guarantee that her hair will turn white and black." Hearing this, Song Yiping was excited. He stopped drinking and asked, "Then how do I find you in the future?" Me? I'm easy to find, but also not easy to find." She smiled and looked at Song Yiping as if she was drunk and said, "However, I won't tell you. You only need to know that I'm the one with the best alchemy and medical skills." Chapter 3570. Feng Jiu lay in his arms and fell asleep in a daze. Xianyuan Mose looked at her in his arms, and his eyes flashed. With her alcohol tolerance, she wouldn't get drunk easily. However, after seeing the little spirit monkey being swallowed alive, she probably got drunk because she was upset. Song Yiping wanted to ask more, but when he saw Master Ling covering up Madam Ling, he opened his mouth but didn't say anything in the end. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. Since there was a chance to turn Ah Ling's white hair back into black hair, he must find all the spiritual herbs. Feng Jiu slept very soundly because of the alcohol and only woke up in the afternoon the next day. When she woke up and found herself in Xianyuan Mose's arms, she was startled and asked, "You didn't move for the whole night?" Xianyuan Mose replied, "I also took a nap." His hands didn't move because they were numb from being stiff for the whole night. Feng Jiu saw him like this, so she retreated and put his arm on her leg. She said, "You must have had a bad blood circulation after staying up all night. Let me give you a massage." As she spoke, her fingers were already massaging his arm and gently massaging it. She felt that the muscles on his arms were a little stiff, but as she massaged them, they gradually softened. "Do you feel better?" she asked. Xianyuan Mose's heart was as sweet as honey. His bearded face didn't reveal a smile, but there was a smile and gentleness in his eyes. I'm much better. You can't do this next time." She reminded him and said, "If you don't move for a long time, your blood won't flow well. It's not good for your arms." "Yes," he replied simply as his deep black eyes landed on her body. The gentleness in his eyes was enough to drown a person. Song Yiping and Yi Ling, who had already woken up, looked at them. Even though they were just spectators, they could still feel the deep affection between Master Ling and Madam Ling. There are no sweet nothings between them. Instead, it was more simple and ordinary. It was as if they were a married couple who had been together for a long time. They could tell what the other party was thinking with just a glance or an action. The two of them were so powerful, yet they valued relationships so much. It had to be said that the two of them really made them curious. Xianyuan Mose retrieved some water from his space and washed up. He then stood at the entrance of the cave and looked out while Feng Jiu turned to Song Yiping and Yi Ling. "We're about to leave. Do you need us to send you off?" Song Yiping helped Yi Ling up and used his cloak to cover her from head to toe. He then said, "Then I'll have to trouble Master Ling and Madam Ling. I want to take Ling away from here and find a place to nurse her body back to health." "That's easy." Feng Jiu smiled and led them to the top of the mountain. Yi Ling, who was lying on Song Yiping's back, looked at the top of the mountain, and felt that it was inconceivable. She had almost been burned to death here, but now she had reappeared here. If the people in her clan knew about this, they would definitely feel that it was inconceivable. I'll send you to the Yu family. You know family head Yu, so you can take Yi Ling to his place to nurse her body back to health. It'll be more convenient for you to get medicine and other things. Feng Jiu said. Just as he was about to use the teleportation formation to send them away, he faintly heard a sound coming from the mountain. She looked toward the mountain and also released her divine sense. Her eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. Chapter 35:71. Song Yiping also looked down the mountain. However, with their strength, their divine senses couldn't reach that far. There's a battle in the mountain, Feng Jiu said. She smelled the faint smell of blood in the air and said, "There's blood." Hearing this, Song Yiping and Yi Ling were stunned. There were only 8 reclusive families in Qianling Mountain. There were no outsiders, and they had never seen blood. How could that? Do you want to go and take a look? Feng Jiu looked at the two of them and asked. Song Yiping was a little hesitant. They were already planning to leave this place. If they want to take a look and were discovered, wouldn't that be dot? Let's go and take a look. The people from the 8 families usually don't use their weapons. Now that there's blood, things must be complicated. It's better to go and take a look, Yi Ling said softly. Seeing this, Feng Jiu nodded. Then let's go. She looked at Xinyuan Mose. Xinyuan Mose held her hand and walked down the mountain with her. Song Yiping carried Yi Ling on his back and followed behind the two of them. In the forest and the mountain, the lush branches blocked the light, causing the forest to be filled with a cold aura. At this moment, the people from the 8 families were fighting in a chaotic battle. They were originally ordered to patrol the forest, but they suddenly started fighting here. The blades in their hands were incomparably sharp and could take people's lives. The clanging of blades and swords collided. The aura of the surging aura spread out, becoming oppressive and cold. The smell of blood and the low roars of the people spread in the forest. Clang! With a blood-curdling scream, a stream of blood splashed out. One person fell. Immediately after, the blade slashed down fiercely. However, it was blocked by the sharp blade in another person's hand. The blade and sword collided, creating a clanging sound and sparks flying out. Get up! Release the signal. A man covered in blood roared. He protected the man who had been slashed and ordered him to quickly release the signal to the sky. If Feng Jiu and Song Yiping were here, they would recognize that this man covered in blood was Yi Ling's brother. However, the moment he shouted, a knife slashed at his arm that was holding the knife. This! He suddenly sucked in a breath of air and cried out in pain. The hand holding the sword also fell to the ground due to the sudden pain. Blood gushed out from the wound on his arm. 2 sharp swords and blades were stabbing towards him. Swish! The sharp sword chi and the sharp saber chi came at him. The cold, murderous aura came through the tip of the sword chi and slashed his face before the sharp sword chi did, leaving a trail of blood. Be careful! One of the older men pounced on him and pushed him to the ground. He quickly rolled on the ground to avoid the deadly sharp blades. They only heard the sound of air flowing past them, and a cold, killing intent engulfed their bodies. Let's go! The older man pushed him away and jumped up to block the people who were surrounding him. However, because he was able to fight against so many people, he was either slashed in the shoulder or stabbed in the waist, and he staggered. Uncle! Seeing that his loved one was slashed and his life was hanging by a thread, he couldn't care less about running back. He grabbed the knife on the ground and blocked the sharp blades that were slashing at him. Clang! Chapter 35:72. The aura of death enveloped them at this moment. Their bodies stiffened. It was too late for them to dodge. However, at this moment, a powerful airflow came from the other side. It passed by the two of them and sent all the people besieging them flying. Shio! Bang! A chaotic sound was heard. The 4 or 5 people were sent flying a few meters away. They spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 people who were rescued on the ground widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the people who were sent flying. They suddenly turned around and saw a woman in green retracting her hand. The aura surging in her hand also dissipated as she retracted her hand. Behind her, Song Yiping was carrying a person covered in a black cloak. It was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman because the person's body and face were not exposed. Beside the green-clothed woman was the bearded man in black clothes. When they saw these familiar faces, they were unable to recover from their shock. Why are you here?" Feng Jiu lazily glanced at the two of them and said, "If we didn't happen to be here, you would be dead by now." After those people got up, they rushed at them with swords. They did not take the injuries on their bodies seriously. Instead, they seemed to have lost their minds. At this time, the man who was pushed away suddenly came back to his senses. He quickly took out a signal from his space. "Xiao!" A loud sound was heard in the sky. At the same time, a signal pattern was formed. When the signal sounded in the sky, the people of the Yi family could not help but be shocked. They immediately said, "Quick! Something happened. Follow me." A group of people quickly went out. They followed the signal and quickly rushed to the place where the signal came from. After the other families heard the signal from the Yi family, they were surprised. They paused for a moment and said, "Could it be that the person with the divine beast appeared?" Thinking of this, the family heads quickly led people to the place where the signal smoke was. In the forest, Song Yiping saw that there were people from the Song family among those people. He immediately shouted, "Stop! Everyone stop! What are you doing? Stop! There's no need to shout. Can't you see that they've lost their minds and are in a killing frenzy?" Feng Jiu said leisurely. He didn't even glance at those people. He ignored the people who rushed up and glanced at the corpses on the ground. He looked at the remaining 3 members of the Yi clan and asked, "How did you guys stay awake? They've all lost their minds. Let's stop them first." The 2 people on the ground supported each other and stood up. When they saw those people holding swords and sabers coming at them, they couldn't help but take a step back. "Killed?" Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows and looked at Song Yiping. Song Yiping's face turned serious. "Madam Ling, can you knock them out? These people are the elites of several clans. If we kill them, I'm afraid these clans won't let the matter rest." "That's easy, but it seems like they can't control their own bodies. Even if they faint, they probably can't stop them." As Feng Jiu spoke, he glanced at the people who had rushed forward. With a flick of his sleeve, another wave of energy shot out and flipped them over. Bang bang. Chapter 3573. The 3 men from the Yi family could not help but feel a chill run down their spines when they saw the 20 to 30 people walking towards them like zombies. Their eyes narrowed as they looked at the group of people who had obviously slowed down due to their injuries. Their bodies were covered in blood as they walked towards them with heavy footsteps. The swords and sabers on the ground were dragged along the ground, and their eyes were not clear at all. They were too terrifying. They looked as if their bodies had been taken over by something. They couldn't sense any injuries on their bodies, nor could they feel any pain. Furthermore, the chilling aura that permeated their bodies was so obvious that they couldn't help but shiver. Feng Jiu was about to make a move when Xinyuan Mo stopped her. "No need. Someone is coming." Hearing this, Feng Jiu glanced in the direction of the movement. She then turned around and grabbed Xinyuan Mo's hand to leave. Song Yiping glanced at them on the ground and moved his mouth. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything and turned around to leave. However, at this moment, an angry voice was heard. "Yiping, stop right there." Patriarch Song rushed over and saw the figure that was turning around. He recognized his son at a glance. Seeing that he was about to leave, he immediately shouted, "You're back. Why don't you go home? You actually want to leave when you see me?" Song Yiping froze and stopped in his tracks. When the people who rushed over saw the corpses on the ground and the injured people, they could not help but gasp. What the hell is going on? Stop them. Don't let them go." Someone shouted. As soon as the voice fell, 2 groups of people quickly stepped forward to stop Feng Jiu and the others. "Clang! What are you doing? Stop!" Some people stepped forward, but those people fiercely pointed their swords at them. They instinctively blocked them and looked at those injured people in shock and astonishment. "They have lost their minds. Tie them up first." The members of the Yi clan were helped to the side by their clansmen while treating the wounds on their bodies. "Lost their minds? How could this be? When the other clans heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. When they saw their clansmen covered in blood and wounds of various sizes, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Oh my God, they were all injured so badly. Not only are there external injuries, internal injuries are also. Ignoring the exclamations behind him, Fengjiu held Xianyuan Mo's hand and glanced at the people blocking their way. He said lazily, "Are you sure you want to stop us?" Those people looked at each other and said, "You can't leave until the matter is clear." "Chi," Fengjiu sneered, "it wasn't us who hurt them like this. Why can't we leave?" Her voice was cold. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of pressure also attacked, directly shaking the people in front of her away. Those people were fiercely shaken by the pressure and fell to the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. They looked at the beautiful woman in green in shock. For a moment, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. "If you want to block my way, let's see if you have the ability to do so," Fengjiu said slowly, holding Xianyuan Mo's hand and walking forward step by step. Chapter 3574. It was this madam who saved us. Don't do anything to them. The people from the Yi family said, stopping both sides. They were supported by the people from the Yi family to Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mo's and bowed to them. "Thank you for saving us." Fengjiu glanced at them and said, "Instead of saying thanks, I think it's better to take action." Hearing this, the people were stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. After thinking for a bit, the older one asked, "May I know what the madam wants us to do?" "There's no need to do anything, but each of you can take out some gold coins or crystal stones as thanks for saving your lives," Fengjiu said with a smile and looked at them. Hearing this, they secretly let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "Yes, that's for sure." Saying this, they took out the gold coins and crystal stones from their spaces and put them into a universe bag. They said, "Madam, this is all we have. Please don't mind. If the two of you can come back to the Yi family with us, our family will definitely take out a generous gift to thank you." "No need, this is all," Fengjiu said and took it. After those people were tied up, they were still struggling. Their blood-red eyes and the emptiness in their eyes caused the crowd's hearts to tremble. Isn't this the same as before? Yiling was already burned to death. How could? The person who spoke stopped mid-sentence. That's right, Yiling was already burned to death. Now that this happened, didn't it mean that they burned the wrong person? Some people looked at Song Yiping after that person said this, thinking that he would lose his mind after hearing this news. They didn't expect to see his calm face. Everyone was surprised. What's wrong with him? Why is he so calm after hearing about Yiling? "Yiping, are you all right?" Father Song asked and looked at him with worry. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Song Yiping looked at him and asked, "Father, why are you asking this? Did something happen? Why are you asking this?" Seeing his son's sharp gaze, Father Song couldn't say a word. Should he tell him that the woman he loved was already burned to death? That his engagement with Yiling was also canceled? After a moment of silence, Father Song sighed. "You haven't been home for a long time. You should stay a few more days." "No, I'm about to leave with Master Ling and Madam Ling," Song Yiping said and didn't look at him. "Wait." A family head walked over. He looked at Song Yiping and looked at the person he was carrying, but he couldn't see her because she was covered by a black cloak, so he could only give up. He turned to look at Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu, then cupped his hands and bowed to them. "Gentlemen, I wonder if you could dispel our confusion. Why are our people like this?" Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. "Why should we answer your questions? And, as long as the two of you can explain to us, our 8 families are willing to reward you handsomely after we solve this problem." The family head said. He saw that she had asked the Yi family members for gold coins and crystal stones, so he thought that they would agree. Who would have thought? Chapter 3575. Xianyuan Mo's glanced at those people and said to Fengjiu, "Can they be like you and eat level 7 pills like candy?" Hearing those words, those people couldn't help but be startled. Then, they opened their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. What did they just hear? Eating 7th-tier medicinal pills as if they were candy? How is that possible? Level 7 pills were priceless. Even if someone was willing to pay a high price, they wouldn't be able to buy a level 7 pill. That bearded man actually said that his wife ate level 7 pills like candy. Was this a lie? Feng Jiao pursed his lips and smiled. That's true. She held his hand and said, let's go. None of these people are pleasing to the eye. MHM, Xinyuan Mose replied. He didn't even glance at those people and led her forward. Song Yiping looked at his father and said, take care. With that, he quickly followed them with Yiling. Yiping, wait. Father Song reached out to pull him back. Just as he was about to pull the cloak away, a hidden force struck his outstretched hand. Hiss! He gasped and instinctively withdrew his hand. He stared in shock at the green-clothed woman who had stopped and was looking at him. Strangely, when he met the green-clothed woman's cold gaze, he felt his heart tremble with fear. Song Yiping also quickly dodged after coming to his senses and didn't let him catch him. At that moment, he even thought that if the cloak was pulled away, Yiling wouldn't be able to leave. Father Song rubbed his sore hand and glanced at the woman in green. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then he said to Song Yiping, you've been out for a long time. Go home. Song Yiping paused for a moment as if he was hesitating. He looked at the corpses on the ground and walked to the two people's side. He said to Xinyuan Mose and Feng Jiao, Master Ling, Madam Ling, can you please tell me why they lost their minds? After all, his family was also here. If he knew that something had happened to his family but ignored it, he would feel uneasy. If the two of them knew about it, they could remind him and perhaps help his family. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose and Feng Jiao exchanged glances. After some thought, Feng Jiao's indifferent voice rang out. The Yin-Shi below Mount Qianling is too heavy. Over the years, the Yin spirits have become more ferocious. Moreover, there are several Yin gathering formations in Mount Qianling. There should be some evil person using the Yin spirits as puppets and sucking the vitality of cultivators. Hearing this, the people from the other clans couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They looked at each other, then stepped forward and cupped their hands. Madam, please give us some pointers. How can we neutralize it? Feng Jiao curled his lips and said, if this matter isn't dealt with properly, it won't be long before all of your clans wither away. Her voice paused. Looking at their anxious expressions, she continued, however, as I said before, why should I help you? Seeing that she wasn't willing to help, the family heads couldn't help but feel anxious, but there was nothing they could do. The person before them was clearly stronger than them. If they used force, they were afraid that they would be the ones to suffer in the end. However, she wasn't willing to help them. What could they do?